welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 129, your weekly dose of all things tuna action. Let's go. Let us go. We're here. We are back. We are live. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat. Have a look back yourselves. I'm of course just VIP, and again, we are joined by these amazing players and by the lovely people in the chat as well. Here we go. Here we go. Let's have a look at the bracket itself. Again, a bit of a smaller bracket here this week. I mean, a big reason for that is because we do have a Wardy event in a couple of hours, and I'm sure a lot of players are going to be competing in that, but we still have a very high quality bracket. As you can see here, this week we only have 12 players. Usually we have around 16, usually we have around 32, but here we have 12 players, but we have some of the best players in the world. We have herO, we have Classic, we have ByuN, we have Trigger, we have Young Yakov, Strange, Hacker's Top, Art, herO, and many, many more. So again, the quality is still very high, and we have our first series of the broadcast going to be jumping into Young Yakov versus Perceive into ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. Again, so we do have our initial series leading into ByuN as well. Bearing in mind for this tournament, we do cover both semis. Both semifinals are going to be covered, so don't you worry, don't you fret. If you see a player that you do enjoy in the upper half of the bracket, we will get there eventually in the semis. We'll get there. For now, though, we are jumping on in, and we have our fresh series. Bearing in mind as well, this is the Team Liquid Map Contest number 22 edition of the Tuna Cup. We are featuring the upcoming TLMC maps that can and will be voted on by the people. So again, if you do find a map that you enjoy, then do consider voting for it when the voting does open up. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the red Zurich player. The red Zurich player himself representing Stouty Balls. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself. It is Perceive. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our predictions going. Likewise, a big shout out in the chat as well. Thank you so much to Luis GGG for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time as well. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Likewise, a big shout out to Einstein as well for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the bits. We also do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much for the support as we are jumping into our first series, into our initial PVZ. Let's go. Now, if you want a more in-depth analysis as to the maps themselves, then I do highly recommend checking out our little series that we did actually conduct. I was one of the judges for the Team Liquid Map Contest. Just bear that in mind. And I did actually have a public judging stream for every single map in the TLMC. And last week, we actually had a TLMC finalist stream as well, specifically going over all of the top 16 maps and all of the feedback from the other judges as well, not just us. So again, do recommend the VOD of those TLMC streams. Otherwise, we are jumping into our map of choice, At Attorney's Edge. Now, this map, I was very much so on the fence about, just because of its tendencies. We'll see how a PVZ is approached. Bearing in mind that we've been seeing a lot of aggression in PVZ as of late from the side of the Zurich player, and there's a very direct path from Triangular Third to Triangular Third base. I'm very curious to see how Perceive does expand. In my opinion, this low ground expansion is a lot more open, a lot more exposed, and it does work towards an eventual gold expansion, so that there is that advantage, but again, it's a lot more difficult to defend. Meanwhile, you can take the northern base instead, which is much more secure, but has a very direct rush distance across the map from third to third expansion. Likewise, in front of it, we do have the high yield gas base instead. So we'll see if we can muster up a defense here. We'll see if Perceive can actually build up into the mid game. My assumption is that Young Yakov is going to be hyper aggressive. Now we'll see if those assumptions bear fruit. For now, it is just going to be a hatch gas pool into a third base. Everything so far is looking normal, is looking standard. Let's go. Here we go. Jamaican command. Oh, there you go. Exclamation mark TLMC. True, true. We can update it every season. Every season. For now, the adept does move in. Will thresh in the mineral line, Void Ray opener at a Perceive. Interesting. Stargate. What is going on down here? As we have 2 pylons on the low ground, but Stargate opening into Void Ray. Overlord does confirm immediately, so again, it is going to be a bit of a cheekier build. The goal here is to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep the follow-up hidden from young Yakov. So a bit of a cheekier build. There's another pylon here on the high ground, so there are areas here to throw down additional tech, and we'll see Perceive does throw down a Twilight Council before the 3rd expansion. Bearing in mind that Void Ray first does mean that he can hide tech, doesn't mean that he will hide tech. The power here is that young Yakov is going to be in the dark. Even now, we do mass up a massive wave of links. Jesus, a lot of Zerglings moving out. They will apply pressure. They'll go for the Cybercore. Can they actually kill without an Oracle? The DPS is quite low. Yeah, low DPS rate here for the Protoss. The Void Ray does turn back around. Overlord will fall. And can we kill the Cybercore? It looks like we can. No battery. Wow, no battery. Cybercore is exposed, and that is going to be a massive... And oh, he doesn't get it! Oh my god, barely, not enough. 3 lings remaining. And young Yakov, he committed so hard to that. That was 13 lings thrown away. And he fails to kill that Cybercore. It was close. It was very, very close. I don't blame him for diving. Again, it's very exposed. We have a lot of surface area, and there was no battery either, but does fail to kill. Oof, that is rough. That is rough. Bearing in mind that those lings that were thrown away could have been drones, right? That could have been workers, that could have been drones, could have been faster saturation, and of course leading to a faster 4th base as well. Behind this, it's going to be double Stargate into a Fleet Beacon into a Forge. It's looking like a rush into Sky Toss, either a carrier rush or a Tempest rush, leaning more towards carriers here from Perceive into just a rush into that Sky Toss Lake Aim army. Oh boy. Yakov, he's in a rough position here. We got a lot of droning to do, a lot of catching up to do. So we're droning, saturating, Roach Warren gets thrown down, Lair is on the way, and show us what you got. Will it be Tempest or will it be Carrier? It is indeed Carrier. So again, it is going to be the Carrier rush here, and the Link Scout does confirm. Very nice. This is the downside of having a Stargate as a part of the wall, is that you can easily scout what's going on. So I do feel like this is a bit of a misstep here from Perceive to showcase his production so blatantly, so brazenly here. So now we already know, and bam, instant Spire. Right, so young Yakov instant Spire here, as he knows exactly what is happening immediately due to the positioning of the Stargates. Another link runway. Do we go for the Cybercore once again? Do we? Okay, second time's a charm. Let's go. He dives in, and this time he should kill. I say that there's a battery. No, do we try for a 3rd time? Do we go for another link flood? Will we ever kill that Cybercore? Oh no. How many links have gone down? 19. 19 and counting. Void Ray does get sniped by the Queens at least. Void Ray does fall. And from here again, the carriers are building up. They're building up every time. We have batteries being thrown down. Once again, we are expanding towards young Yakov. So we do have, again, a shorter rush distance by ground. Yakov does double expand. And again, Yakov does have access to a high yield gas geyser base. This will help immensely when it comes to corruptor production. Oh boy. Yeah, it will help. So now we are building up. We have 8 more corruptors on the way. Here, Perceive is getting up to soon to be 4 carriers. We do have the mothership on the way that will help. Throwing down cannons, throwing down shield batteries. And I'm curious to see if young Yakov does commit into a Queen, a Corruptor all-in, or if he just drones up and maxes out. Curious if he tries to hit a timing. Corruptors, okay, they're coming online. Corruptors aiming that across the map. So far we have 8 Corruptors. We can poke in. I don't really see us killing a carrier here. Maybe the Void Ray, depending on the angle. See, so far we're shacking around. We could even try to catch a carrier mid rotation towards the 3rd. Speaking of, carrier does pop out. Void Ray production has begun. There's Overlord speed. As we mentioned, it looks like it is going to be Ed Corruptor Queen timing. With those drop lords. Corruptors do force a reaction. Ooh, Cloak is activated ahead of time. Okay, so Cloak is now on cooldown. That is going to factor in. How many queens do we have so far? 7. So 7 queens. Here come the drop lords. Again, it's going to be the Corruptors alongside all of these queens. They're all going to come together. They're all coming together here. Meanwhile, big shout to Ice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting us up 2 sets. Tuna Cup. Gracias, gracias. We appreciate the support. We do appreciate it. As always, papi, as always. Ice. I hope you enjoy the content, the casting, the StarCraft. As we have built up to 17 Corruptors, soon to be 20. So 20 Corruptors, and the Queens are moving forward. Where are those Dropper Lords, by the way? Okay, here we go. We have Dropper Lords morphing in. Oh, wait, that's overseas. There we go. Drop loads do more in. And no, we're going to be loading up, the Queens. The Queens do load up, and now it's all or nothing here for young Yakov. The Ravagers are going to be adding a lot of support as well. Bear that in mind. Due to how immobile carriers are, Ravagers, they can excel. They can excel against carriers. They will come into play. Checking the cooldowns here. Cloak is available once again. Caustic spray on the Cyber Core. Let's go, baby, let's go. Once again, he's so quick to cloak. Perceive. So once again, cloak is activated, and with that, it won't be factoring in. Won't be factoring into the fight. Files on the first cannon. Army does unload, and now it's going to be go time. And now it's going to be go time. Biles, they do graze the army. Corruptors, they commit in. One queen goes down. No transfuse. Yeah, it does miss a transfuse. Ooh, slow zone on the main army. And do we have enough here? The queens are all going down. Ay, ay, ay. They're fighting within the slow zone. And with that, Perceive is holding. Yeah, Perceive is holding on. He will lose the mothership. Mothership goes down. Does get one. Does get two carriers. Nice pickups, but not enough. Yeah, there's not enough corruptors here. They don't overwhelm the carriers. And now we can go for the counterattack. Let's go. Did lose 14 probes. That's a lot of economic damage here, and I would expect to see a counterattack, but no, we're still holding back. I mean, did lose the mothership, and we're still making out more void rays. Yeah, roaches, more corruptors are amassing, and over time, due to the greater economy, young Yakov, he is overwhelming. The reality is that young Yakov is on 87 drones, and he has the high yield gas geyser, so you can just keep rebuilding. You can just rebuild, remax, and do that again, and eventually Perceive will run out of units. He's just running out of steam, running out of army. Again, he does not have full saturation. But again, that rush distance is even more brutal here, as you can hit even harder, even faster. At that third. Here come the rebuilt Ravagers. So on the one hand, the first push didn't kill, but it did cripple, and we can just keep going. Did cripple. Just keep on pushing. Biles, they connect. Oh my god. Okay, Biles, they connect with the Void Rays. Once again, down on the carriers. One carrier goes down. There's one carrier left. Down to 0. Yeah, 0 carriers. Void Rays will do 4. Now we're stuck with the ground army. Roaches are amassing. And Perceive trying to break through. Perceive, he will overwhelm the initial ground force. That is true, but we have 26 roaches in production. That's a lot of roaches, Pappy. They're coming. They're coming. As we go for the expansions, at the same time, again, Perceive is all in. He's just completely all in. Moving out across the map. Gets into the mineral line, and drone's going to be going down. Yeah, as he does take down the expansion at least, but again, we're running out of steam. Running out of units here, down to 1 Archon. Corruptors, they do turn back around. There we go. I was like, where are the Corruptors? They race back home, deal with the final carriers. And these are the last remaining units. 2 Zealots, a handful of Stalkers. As you mentioned, the initial defense was a little bit shaky. Did lose too many workers, though, and it meant that he just took too long to rebuild, to remax. And again, the creep is already encroaching, right? Like, again, that distance from third to third is so short. Creep is already here on top of the third base of Perceive. We already have the creep. We have the army. Caustic spray on the expansion. And the third goes down. Did we eventually kill the side? Oh, we did. GG. GG gets called in. Young Yakov, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And big shout out to Aistan for gifting sub to BBQ5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to BBQ. Oh my god. The Este barbecue. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Making me hungry, Papi. True. Hassan pretty much funds Ducklings. He does fund the ramen on a daily basis. That is true. That is Kappa. Ay. There we go. Here we go. GG well played with that. Young Yakov, he does claim the first game. He does take lead in the series. And we'll see how Perceive will approach game number 2. More importantly, what map we load into. Winding it back here, when it comes to At Attorney's Edge, I feel like we did get to see the main kind of, I say concern, but one of the main features that we did bring up at the time of going over the map itself. And that is the shorter distance between third and third, which does increase aggression, or it does favor aggression and favor the initial pushes. Oh, as we're getting ready for game 2. Alright, let's go. As it looks like game 2 is going to be on Blackrock. Bearing in mind that we are going to be playing on the updated version of Blackrock, not on the TLMC version. The TLMC version is a little bit older. We do have an updated version instead, which there are a bunch of changes. Let's go. Let us jump on in. Hope you're ready for some Warcraft 3. True, true. As Perceive, he does commit to Protoss. I do know he does switch to Terran sometimes to avoid mirror matchups, but here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Blackrock. We have the, geez, it's a lot brighter. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing Stony Bulls, leading the series 1-0. It is young Yakov. I don't think that's... Well then, we're gonna have to let Avex know. Is that a bug, or is that a part of the map? As in the top right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. It is Perceive. No. Here we go. So here we go. But that might be. I don't know if that's a bug, or I don't know if that's an issue. You know what? I'm gonna let Avex know now. No. If that's the case, we might not be able to use the Avex version moving forward, at least until it does get fixed. If it's not like just a bug. If it's something within the map itself. Welcome to Blackrock. Now, when it comes to Blackrock itself, there have been a bunch of changes made here. As you can see, we do have the tall grass on the right hand side. Previously, it was fully engulfing this little hex, or this little patch, but now it does not. Now, basically, it means that it can't be used aggressively against a defending player. Previously, it could be, but now it's mainly going to be used to defend against an oncoming army, as you do have vision here on the left hand side. So you will have vision of any kind of encroaching army. Likewise, over here, we do have the tall grass was actually pushed further back. So it's pushed further away just to allow for more space, and once again, just a greater defensive position to make sure that the tall grass wasn't used too aggressively, or too, it wouldn't be too impactful to the defending army. On top of that, we do have the rocks. Rocks here were knocked down, so now it's a much more narrow passageway as well on the left-hand side. Basically, a bunch of the feedback was that it was a little bit too accessible, a little bit too, aggression was a little bit too favored, and the ability to defend on 3 and 4 bases was a little bit too difficult here. So creating this area being a little bit more narrow, pushing back this tall grass, and even changing the tall grass here as well do help when it comes to defensive play. Likewise, I believe this area, this entrance here, is a little bit wider. Previously, it was a little bit more narrow. Now it has been widened a little bit more. Obviously, you can still destroy these rocks and still open up this area, but has been widened a little bit more to allow for more units to pass through and to allow for some more rotations to be viable. Some of the other changes here was made to the center. I believe these areas also, yeah, this area here is a little more narrow. Previously, it was wider, so previously wider ramps, wider entrances, but they have been narrowed up quite a bit more just to allow for more counterplay and so for some kind of terrain to be used for an aggressing army, so they don't get fully surrounded, or it isn't as easy to surround. For now, though, River first, we're going for the all-in. Also, it's very bright. True. It's a part of the map. They forgot to enable countdown timer. Oh, right. I see. I'll let him know. letting Avix know. No countdown timer. Well, it's just part of SSG game proper. I mean, if you're maybe a little bit newer to StarCraft, the countdown timer is new to Legacy of the Void, if you recall. Was it beginning of Legacy or was it mid-Legacy where the countdown timer was introduced? But before that, there was no timer. You just go in. Would just go in. But from here, we're going to be settling in, and we do have our initial hatch gas pool. We're going to be going for our initial lair here. Okay, so Roach one into lair, but meanwhile, we do have our initial robo moving out across the map into what looks to be a two-base all-in. Yeah, massive two-base all-in. Gateway explosion here by Perceive. The Overlord does go in for a scout, and will confirm all the gateways. Yeah, Yakub, he knows, but can he defend? Can he defend? Oof. And so far, one of the queens almost gets sniped. Yakub is holding on. Nice hold damage here on the prism. Does zone away. And Yakub is joining up to... Ooh, he's joining up to 2.5 base saturation. Again, he has to be very careful not to drone up too much. Just because, again, Perceive is not droning. Perceive throwing down more gateways, committing, doubling down, Mass Zealot, Mass Immortal. It's all or nothing for Perceive. Oh boy. Yakub joining up to 53. I feel like this is a decent place to stop, like around 55 workers. Again, like 2.5 base saturation. Does force a lift up. Does force a pick up. Spine Crawler is being thrown down. Spores as well. Here come the Roaches, the Lings, Baliness as well. So far, good reactions, and we're waiting for the push. It's so bright here. Oh my god. The Protoss is shining. Jesus. So we go. Perceive, he does commit. I believe previously only one unit can fit at a time, but now two. Here we go. It's all or nothing for Perceive. Likewise, we have another Spine Crawler on the way for young Yakub. Getting up 2 Spine Crawlers, building up his Ling Bane. That's going to help immensely against the Zealots. If they move in, they will just die to the Banelings. He has to be careful. Catching out the Overlord. Ideally, likewise, young Yakub wants to get on top of the prism. Would like to bile it down. So far, setting up. Okay, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for young Yakub. He's amassing on more Banelings. More Roaches. Yeah, that's 5 Immortals, though. That's a lot of Immortals. He moves in, he commits. The Banelings, oh my god. Banelings smash into the Zealots, so far using connections. Force fields a zone away some of the Ling Bane, though. Yeah, fields are being broken. Roach Ravage are pushing in, but there are just still 5 Immortals. They're gaining ground. Yeah, they're pushing forward, they're gaining ground. At the same time, though, down go all the sentries. Yeah, sentry count gets reset, as Zealots as well. Can we pile down? We cannot. Yeah, Ravages are trying to break on through. They don't quite catch the Immortals. Nice juggling, we're down to 4. Down to 4 Immortals, we'll bring in more Zealots. Perceive, can he still break through behind this? Oh, he will lose momentum. Yeah, losing momentum. He backs off. More Roaches building up. Roach Horn has to be rebuilt. Actually got sniped. Okay. Roach Horn's being rebuilt. Now stuck with Ling Bane. It's still 4 Immortals. Perceive, can he do it? Takes down the Spine. Banelings, they will not finish. And that's not the Banelings. Roaches, they go for the dive. He wants those Immortals. It looks like he does get one. Yeah, 1 Immortal goes down, but alas, he's still leading out more Roaches. Ravagers are getting surrounded as well. And Perceive, he's doing it. Perceive, he's so close. But he's down to 1 Immortal. Unalas, Papi, unalas. The boys are being pulled. Desperation out of young Yakub. My apologies. He still has 3. He had them in the prism. He had them in the prism. He's still got 3 Immortals. Has to be careful. Can't throw away Zealots. Some questionable force fields. Yeah, running out of force fields, but Immortals, they do break through. Yeah, Roaches, they're just melting here before the Immortals, and GG gets called. Perceive, he overwhelms, and we're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3. Again, Perceive, he did commit, he did break through. As we mentioned, Young Yakov, he did have, I don't want to say he overdrone. No, I feel like he did cut workers at a decent time, of course. But the force fields are brutal. We had a lot of Link Bane stuck behind the massive wall of force fields. The Ravager, the Juggling, was good enough. Again, did lose 1 immortal early on, but maintained the 4 immortal count for a very long time. And with that, Perceive, broke through. Did break through. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. We'll see how this story ends as we're loading into game number 3. Where are we dropping? Sison will be blinding. True. Meanwhile, big shout out to herO in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Yeah. So again, we are getting into said game 3. Just letting Avix know about Blackrock. I mean, he's asleep at the moment, but hopefully when he wakes up, can fix that, and hopefully it'll be fixed moving forward in towards Biggest Cup. Because I believe Biggest Cup will also be using these maps as well. Should be tomorrow. Okay, we good. Okay, we are good to go. So we're going to be loading into game 3. Going to be on Lockdown. Okay. Lockdown is another one of these interesting maps. We'll get into it, of course, but does have a very interesting attack path. Sorry, expansion path and attack path across the map. Getting into a 3 and 4 race economy, but here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself representing Stanley Balls. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself representing, or it is, Perceive. Let's go. Let us go and welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is another one of our TLMC 22 maps. It does have a ramp coming into the natural base, so it does have a very secure 2-base setup. Bear that in mind. But the 3rd base is where things do get interesting here. You can expand on the low ground here on the right-hand side. You can knock down these rocks towards the left. I say rocks, there are towers here, destructible towers to fully wall this area off if you do wish. And you can secure yourself here, which still has the elevated position, still has the high ground. Otherwise, you can expand linearly on the left-hand side forward to the top side instead into the high ground, which is, I feel like, a little bit more secure here. We have the high ground advantage. Yes, this area in between the bases can be abused, but what this does allow you to do is expand towards your opponents across the map in towards their low ground, here on the top side. It does lead into a very direct attack path. The other big features, of course, are the speed zones. We have speed zones here that are covered by rocks. Initially, in the early game, they do help when it comes to worker scouts. So worker scouts will naturally just pass through the speed zones. Meanwhile, when the rocks get knocked down, they will actually benefit aggressive rotations across the map. I would say aggressive, not defensive. Bearing in mind, so the way the scenario would be, say, if an army was pushing in from top right to bottom left, and if there are rocks here, if there's an army in position, they can use the speed zones to rotate here to the right or rotate up towards the top side instead. Again, more aggressive rotations. Same would be said on the other side. Its positioning won't really help with defensive rotations, as your army would be here instead of further out into the center. So some unique quirks. There are also some steam vents, some rocks in the center as well. But I'm most interested in the main expansion pattern. We'll see how we expand. Specifically Perceive. Now we're building up. Once again, we saw this in game 1. I'm not fond of the idea. Stargates with the main pylon, with the first pylon, instead of further back in the main. Like, what? So once again, it's going to be the Stargate opener, but the Stargate is exposed, and this will make it much easier to scout what's going on, to scout the initial opener and the follow-up as well. This led into game 1, where Young Yakov, he saw immediately when Perceive began carrier production. And the upside, of course, is you get to wall off quite quickly, but even then, Lings, they just walk in. Okay, they dip in, they dip away. Adaptable zone. Especially as a Protoss player, Perceive, he benefits greatly when it comes to hiding his tech and keeping Young Yakov in the dark. So to have your Stargate so exposed here, it's a choice. And we'll see what it goes for this time. Initially, Oracle first, not Void Rain. Does open Oracle. Behind this, we have a Hatch Gas Pool. Young Yakov going for the low gun expansion, expand towards his opponent, which makes sense, just to spread creep across the map. I'm more interested to see how Perceive does expand himself. And it looks like we're also going for the triangular third. Okay. Oh no! Oh, Linksy collapsed in. They sniped the probe. Nice pick off. Very nice. Este Yakov. Este Joel in the chat. Saludos, papi, saludos. Exclamation mark live. Yes, this is live. True. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is progressing. We'll be going with the bracket after this series does conclude. We'll get there. Always live. This is both live and light. True. Oh no. You're not wrong. As behind this, we're going for a Twilight Council into Forge, standard follow-up into +1 and Blink. So everything's looking normal from Perceived. Meanwhile, Young Yakov going for a later Eva Chamber, going for an earlier lair. With this looks like either Roach Ravager, or it looks like we can lead into +1 range into Hydra Tech. Typically, if the Eva Chamber is earlier, it screams +1 melee. If it's later, +1 range. The other option available to Young Yakov is to open up Roach into +1 range into Spire Tech. So what's it going to be? Spire or Hydras? For now, we're joining. Getting up to 6 gases. Sorry, getting up to 5. Still at 1 gas idle here in the main. Oh, jeez, we were on to 4. Oh my god. I didn't quite notice here, but we didn't stop at 3. Went up to 4, so 1 additional Oracle than normal. This is a big commitment here by Perceive. Big commitment so far, just throwing down Revelations. It is going to be a Hydras, not Spire, so now we have confirmation. Roaches into Hydras. But yeah, if you're making this many Oracles, we need to make this pay for itself. We shouldn't be too afraid to dive in and ignore one of the spores and go for a Mineral Line. With 4 Oracles, you can do what you want. Oh my gosh, we're going for the all-in, okay. We have a massive gateway explosion. How many gateways do we have? We have 6 gates in production. We have 2 already done. Sorry, 3 already done. Getting up to 9 gates. It's going to be a 3-gate, 9-gate all-in. Sorry, 3 base, 9-gate all-in is what I meant to say. Here, as you can see, no gases. The big tell, no gases at the 3rd base. This means that we have no intention of taking up in towards Storm or Colossus or splash damage. It's pure Blink Stalker, pure all-in. Now, usually you'd have one of these gateways as a proxy here in the center. You go for a proxy 8th or proxy 9th gateway just so you can reinforce across the map. The reasoning for this is because this all-in does not have a robo, which means there's no Warp Prism. There's no Warp Prism. There's no way to easily reinforce across the map. So usually you have a proxy alongside this. So here, no proxy, but it looks like the rush distance by ground isn't too long. But our reinforcements are going to be later than usual due to the lack of proxy. Regardless, remember, this is an all-in. Oh, charge? Never mind. Charge is on the way. Are we back? Are we just gonna back up and expand? No shot. Yeah, we're backing up. We're expanding. So the issue with this is that the longer this goes on, the better it is for Young Yakov. We just invested into this massive Stalker army with all of these gateways, and we have no gases. We have to make use of this. Like it's the same thing that we said about the Oracles. It's like, hey, you made all these Oracles. You gotta make this worth your while. Here, we invest into all these Stalkers. They're doing nothing. You may as well not have made any Stalkers at all and taking your gases and taking them into Storm. So we're stuck with this massive army. At the same time, Young Yakov going for his own counterattack. Does slip by. Yeah, does slip in towards the natural. Perceive out of position. Cybercore's going to be going down, getting into the middle run as well, and Perceive, he's being forced to attack. Yeah, he's being forced across the map here. He's already going for an all-in to begin with, has a massive Stalker army to work with. Is it going to be enough? Does he have enough? Gateway's going down. Oracles get thrown away. Yakov just has to buy time, wait for reinforcements. Just calm down. Has to calm down. Back. As he's killing Perceiver across the map. See, pushing towards the natural. Does get himself the high ground. Okay. It claims the high ground. Another stage trap going to be going up, and it does not finish. Ooh, Zal say, do run into the Hydras. Boys being pulled away, and this army is not getting any larger. Yeah, it's not getting larger here. Hydras, they step forward. They're getting themselves the Stalkers. There's no way out. They're boxed in. No, they're boxed in. Yeah, there's no way to escape, and with that, Perceive, he will lose everything. The entire army's going to go down. We try to reinforce from behind, coming with some Zealots, but again, he's boxed in. He cannot escape. The Link Stalkers cannot do anything, and with that, Young Yakov will claim the series. Cleans up the army across the map. There's still a force here pushing to the mineral lines. Hydra's still active. Gateway's still going down. And there is nothing. There's nothing here. We have a handful of gateways. We have the fort. He recalls to the fort. Let's go. He's droning. He's saturating. Este Perceive. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, as Yakov, he does push in towards the main army towards the fort. Boys are being pulled, and workers cannot escape. Yeah, they cannot. They will not escape. And the real question becomes, we wait until every building is destroyed. No shot. Got one more warp in. He wants to kill the Hydras. GG, well played. And Young Yakov will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Young Yakov, he will claim the series. Again, really weird play out of Perceive. He was playing, the build was hyper aggressive, but he wasn't hyper aggressive, if that makes sense, right? Remember, he went up to 4 oracles. He didn't kill a single drone when it came to harassing with the oracles initially. So he went up to 4 oracles, didn't do anything with it. He built up to 9 gateways. He didn't commit to the all-in. He backed off. He expanded. Didn't take his gases. He committed to the warp ins. Like, it was very indecisive play there, where, like, again, the build itself was hyper aggressive, but there was no aggression there out of Perceive. So he was just falling behind, trying to macro with an abundance of army that he wasn't making use of. So again, it felt like we were a little bit two minds when it came to how to approach the game and how to approach game number 3 here. And in the end, Perceive, he was torn apart in that sense. GG. GG, well played. With that, Young Yakov does claim the series. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Let us go. Again, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look yourselves. From the top, we have our number 1 seed of the tournament, herO. herO, he's up against Art in a PvP in the quarterfinals. Winner goes up, winner will advance on to the semis to face off against the winner of Trigger and Percival. Honestly, some very spicy matches here. herO versus Art, Trigger versus Percival. Up next, we have ByuN versus Young Yakov. That's going to be our next series here on the channel. It's going to be a TVZ between ByuN and Yakov. Scrolling down, we have Strange. Strange does take down Hacker is top. Strange up against Classic in another PvP. Coming into this, the expected top players are herO, Trigger, ByuN, and Classic. But again, Strange, Yakov, Percival, and Art can threaten their opponents for sure. And we'll see if we get any, or we'll see what the top 4 of the Renner 4 is going to be looking like moving forward here. Oh boy. Up first, though, is ByuN versus Yakov. We have our TVZ. Let's go. Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be getting into our quarterfinals. When it comes to the other matches, I'm not too certain we have other casters covering this. I believe Classic is streaming his POV. If you are unaware, Classic has been streaming quite a bit as of late. Not just streaming, but making his own YouTube content as well, making some vlogs. It's been great to see from Classic's perspective, of course. So I do recommend checking out his stream. He has some good stuff going on. Este Classic. Classic. Strange streaming. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I assumed it was Classic, but maybe not. Maybe not. Strange streaming is PvP. Strange as well. True, true. Is Trigger live? I know that Trigger, he does sometimes stream his tournament run, but looks like maybe not this week. Maybe not this week. As we do set things up. Again, vetoes are underway. As a quick reminder as well, when it comes to our tournaments, we do cover both semifinals once they're available, one after the other. There's some tournaments like the Tuna Cup or the Monday Night Weekly where they just run the semis as soon as they're ready, but for our tournament, we hold on to them. We hold on to the semis and we cover them one at a time. So if you're a fan of Trigger, Percival, herO, Art, we'll be covering those upper semis afterwards. We'll get there. We'll get there. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals here, the second series of the broadcast. Second series here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 130. Let's go. We have our TVZ and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of at Attorney's Edge. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player, himself representing Soundy Bulls. It is young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our fresh series, into our best of 3. Once again, welcome to At Attorney's Edge. We've seen this now twice so far. We're seeing a little bit more popularity amongst with this map amongst our players. Once again, we have yet to experience any Void Storm action, hoping that one day we will. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your... hold on. Predictions will soon be open in the chat, so you can soon place your bets on who is going to claim this series. Coming into this, ByuN is one of the higher seeds of the event, so we do expect ByuN to reach greater heights. But we'll see. We'll see if ByuN can make it through. We'll see if young Yakov can cause the upset. As if you're in the chat, there it is. Predictions. Predictions are open. Best of luck. Best of luck, baby. Best of luck. Get your Gamba going. As we're here, we're settling in. It is going to be the initial hatch block out of young Yakov. Okay, Yakov, let's go. Yakov, he does block, he will delay. Meanwhile, we do have ByuN going for his own ranks into expand. CC on the high ground upon confirming the block on the low ground. Now, I would imagine that young Yakov is going to let this finish. Typically, the goal here is to let this finish, not to rush, not to all in, but to let it finish, to make a queen, and to spread creep here in the low ground, to delay the expansion even further, to force out as many scans as possible here on the low ground. So the goal here is to delay, to force out scans. Behind this, Yakov is expanding, he's droning, saturating. I don't really see Yakov like sending drones and like spine rushing. I mean, there's no fast roach warren or anything like that. Like, as I mentioned before, like typically the goal here is just delay. Just to delay. I was like, Eva Chamber? One drone goes down. Nice pick up here by ByuN. Dips into the main base. Queen is still not get out. Do we get another drone? Oh my god, almost. Yeah, Casito here as the queen does pop out. The Reaper is getting cornered. Can we? The boys! Does pull the boys, the Jukes. Reaper, can he get out? Does get hit one more time. Barely not. Oh, the queen on low ground. One more shot. Alas, the queen was slightly out of position. The Reaper does barely get away, getting a second drone kill. Whew, clutch micro, clutch control there by ByuN. He does pull out 2 drone kills and a full scout. Very nicely done. Denied mining time as well. Back across the map, the hatchery does finish. As we mentioned, the goal is to kill this hatchery to expand. The hatchery, the goal here was just to delay. And no queen. No queen will pop out. No creep will be spread. ByuN is going to be contained on one base a little bit longer here, but eventually it will break out. Eventually. Ooh, as Reaper does overextend. Yeah, this time does go too far in. Is going to be shot down. Queen on the high ground does help support. And ByuN does open up a 1-1-1 into early Cyclone. A hyper-aggressive follow-up going for a delayed third CC. So delayed third base here by ByuN. Hatchery is dealt with. Eventually will break down. We'll break down, we'll break out. Cyclone catching out some of the Zerglings. And more lings being thrown away. A little bit wasteful there from Yakov. And here comes the CC. And here comes the expand. With the arrival of the medevac, we can now start to break out. And there's a third CC on the high ground. So again, not going for a full 2-base all-in or anything like that. Is still very dedicated on 2 bases, but is still claiming a third. Third CC is eventually on the way. ByuN can now expand. And the question becomes, was this really worth it? There are some downsides, of course. Remember, Yakov, he lost 2 drones. His queens were delayed. His third base is late as well. So later third expansion. Yakov has taken some of his own damage as a result of this. ByuN breaking out. And can he find another Overlord? Can he find any stray units? As he will get the lock on. Overlord gets low. Lings will zone away. So far, Yakov is holding. He's holding on. Behind this, going to his own lair. So Eva Chamber +1 into lair. So pretty standard follow-up here. Obviously, we're going for a later second chamber. We're going for a later Baneling Nest. Still taking up. Welcome on the Queen. It's going to major damage. ByuN pulls away, just distracting young Yakov. As he distracts, back at home, saturating. Getting into proper 2-base saturation. Third CC is now done. We now have extra mules, and we're making 3 SCVs at a time. So a solid follow-up here by ByuN. He's building up into the mid-game. And my concern here is that with this third base available to him, he can very quickly, very easily push across the map with a biotank army. We'll see if young Yakov can disrupt that, can delay that, and we'll see what the plan is moving forward into the mid-game. What's the plan? Oh, range upgrades. Okay, the first Banshee does get across the map. 3, 4 drones already. Oh my god. They're catching up 4 drones. Catching up reinforcing Lings. Another drone goes down. 5 drone kills. With range being on the way, of course, we are leaning towards a Roach heavy play. There's still no Roach one, which does catch me off guard. Bit of miscontrol there by ByuN. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. We'll bleed out the Cyclone. Oh, not Roaches. We're going into a Hydra heavy comp instead. Okay, +1 range into Ling Hydra. Going for more Hydra heavy composition. Interesting. We have been seeing this from players like Shin, Solar, and a little bit of Rogue as well. But the Korean Zerg players have been embracing this style. Basically, this more like Ling Hydra all-in style, where they avoid Banelings, they go pure Ling Hydra, they commit across the map. Here we can see the young Yakov is going to be incorporating Banelings, so his is a little bit more well-rounded. But still a bit bigger commitment into Hydralisks. Banshees, they shock around, they catch out another Ling, another Creep Tumor. Catching out 2 more transferring drones. Rough losses. Ooh, as one of the Banshees does a Rick stand. Okay, we have a bit of a back and forth. Yakov does barely hold on. Catching out one of the Banshees. Hydras are amassing. And ByuN, what do you have in store for us here? We have a 5-rack setup, claiming control of the third base. Fire tank is securing itself, and Yakov is soon not going to be aggressive. We're taking up even further. I was curious if we were just going to go for a big 3-base all-in, but no, there's an infestation pit. There's a pit. Soon to be Hive Tech, soon to be Lurker Tech. We'll see. We'll see if we take into Lurkers or into Ultras. We have melee upgrades on the way. This leans more towards Ultras as a follow-up. We'll see. These Banshees have been so annoying. Oh my god. They've gotten so much value over time. Despite the fact that there are Hydras out, by the way. Yakov droning up to 73. Before any kind of Hive Tech, we're getting into Infestors, so safety Infestors here for young Yakov. Losing 2 more drones, 5 in total. Oh my god. No shot, we get the Queen. No shot. Oh no! Yeah, Banshee finally goes down. The Spore did reposition, but they more than pay for themselves. How many drones have gone down this game? 18! 18 drone kills, crazy damage. And here comes the push. Stim is done. Now, this timing here can be deadly, but remember, they're Infestors. Infestors, they just popped out, so fungal growths are going to be available, and one good fungal will spell the end to this push. Infestors are setting up. ByuN likewise setting up a siege line. Securing his 3 bases. Again, I'm curious to see how he takes a 4th base, whether he expands forward or does take a safer expansion instead. CC's here in between the bases, okay. Leaning more towards the left-hand side instead. Oh, Jesus. Playing with fire. We gotta be careful. Cuidado, papi. Cuidado. Yep, does expand here on the left-hand side. Does expand away from young Yakov, which tells us more defensive play. It tells us that ByuN is going to turtle. He's not being aggressive, he's not going to be assertive, he's going to just turtle up. He's turtling on up. Throwing down more sensor towers, bunkers, depots should be walling this area off. Oh. Here we go. Also, yes, Sid just noticed that Stim was forgotten. But Stim is going to finish. Last was forgotten here from ByuN. No punish for it, though. No punish. And this might actually explain why ByuN didn't push. Oh my god, his medevac almost goes down. Why ByuN didn't commit to a push, as he did maybe realize that Stim was not yet done. Or hadn't even started. So from here, just turtling up, setting up more siege lines. Ultra Tech is still on the horizon. Yakov is maxed. And we'll see if he can break through. Cool. Apparently they don't manage to roll in. There's more CCs on the way. Alright, production has begun. Oof. Yeah, these drops are being cleaned up. A little bit lackluster here from ByuN. He's losing his medevac, losing a full medevac full of Marines. Yakov lets him in. And he does not connect. Here, Baines, they don't get to the mineral line. Second wave comes in, takes down the planetary. Ooh, and 16 SCVs. Oh my god. Yeah, the workers did clump up. Initially, ByuN was holding well, but we had a second wave of Bailings. Takes down the base, takes down the mineral line, and ByuN is now in trouble. He's now in trouble here. Remember, ByuN, he's stuck turtling. He's stuck turtling, stuck defending, and upon losing a full mineral line here, it does give young Yakov time to rebuild, remax, and do that again. This time with ultras. Oh boy. We do need some stronger defenses. ByuN clearing up creep, being active on the right hand side. Building up his ghost count, still lacking liberators. Ooh, does get caught. Nice catch at young Yakov. Oh, the fungal! Oh my god, massive fungal, catching out some of the ghosts. Medevacs as well. Heavy losses for ByuN. Heavy losses. Oh my god. Fungal does graze the army. And remember, bearing in mind that behind the scene, Yakov, he can rebuild. He can rebuild, remax at the same time. Nice counter drop here by ByuN. But no real damage. And deny some mining. But the drone count is still very healthy for young Yakov on 92 drones. Now, the fight went very well here for young Yakov. That is true, and ByuN, he's vulnerable to another counterattack. What I will say, though, is if given time, if young Yakov is too passive, then ByuN will recover as he's retaken his fourth base. And this time, he's got better SimCity and a stronger siege line. So it's going to be much more difficult to break this position. That is a concern. Ooh, the hatchery is denied. Ultras have arrived. We do have kindness plating and ultra speed, but we're lacking 3-3. And how many? We have 5 ultras so far. Drop play does continue, bearing in mind that the biggest weakness of this staff from young Yakov is lack of anti-air. He's relying on fungals and parasitic bombs more than anything. Speaking of, oh, through the Hydras though. Lunges in, catching out 2 full medevacs. Very nice. Yeah, ByuN left the drop idle. Maybe he assumed, again, just because this is a newer map, maybe he just assumed that this was like dead space or something. Here we go. Yakov commits in, Schultz says blinding clouds. He lands 1. Yeah, 1, 2 blinding clouds. Ultras, they push into the mineral line. Bailings, they don't quite make it through. Yeah, Ghosts are in position. Ghosts, they rotate over, and with the help of the Ghost, ByuN holds. A bit of a disjointed attack there from young Yakov. ByuN, he defends well, and now he breaks out. As I mentioned before, like this position is much stronger than what it once was. Much more heavily fortified position. Now pushing forward. I'm loving the tanks behind the mineral line here. Let's go. Claiming the forward base, and the pressure's on young Yakov. We can't let this get up and running. ByuN is making his way towards the gold. Is there a meta to kill all your own workers? No, but there is I mean, it is common to kill your own workers, just not all of them. But once you get into the hyper late game when there's not many bases, oh, nice fungal! Very nice fungal. Banes they smash in, 17 SCVs, late reaction by ByuN, did not pull away in time, and the Ghosts are out of position. Tanks are falling, losing 1, 2, 3 tanks. Okay, better trade for young Yakov. Again, the Ghosts were too far back, they were not able to punish the Ultras. So no snipes, ByuN out of position. We needed those Ghosts. Base goes down. ByuN does take another forward base, but once again is exposed. I would say even more exposed than the previous one. And here comes Yakov. Oh my god. The Palings. They punish the SCVs. The CC this time will get away. But once again takes down 14 SCVs. What we're getting at though, it is very common in the late game to kill your own workers just because you don't have as many bases to saturate. And on top of that, Terran have mules, right? So they can get away with a lower SCV count in the late game to rely a little bit more heavily on mules, as they have mass orbitals available. But I would say that's later in the game. As Yakov, he does secure the gold. True. Gold base is getting up for Yakov. And again, the win condition here is Yakov has to deny the center expansion and the northern center base as well, the high yield gas. As ByuN does attempt to saturate, and Yakov is coming in. Again, this base is very exposed. It's open. He does move forward. Snipes on the Ultra. First Ultra goes down, but the planetary still falls. And the planetary does fall. Ultra's being thrown away, but this is still worth it here. I say that we're just retaking immediately. Oh my god. Does retake the changelings. Can he block it? He can. Blocks the expansion. Oh no. I'm loving this from young Yakov, who does saturate one of ByuN's bases, taking resources away from him. Does take them away. We see ByuN making the full switch here to mech. Ideally, when it comes to late game, mech ghost is the ideal. So switching, we're making that transition into the mech ghost army. ByuN, he is getting there. And now, though, again, these two bases are just so difficult to maintain. And Yakov should be moving in soon. How many ultras do we have? 3. Still very low ultra counts. That might still be enough just to break the expansion. Yeah, very Ling heavy here. Likewise, bearing in mind behind all of this, we do have 2 upgrades on the way. This is for the eventual Broodlord switch, eventually. So Yakov is preparing for that kind of scenario. Nice Blinding Clouds, Ultras, they move in. They catch out 1, 2, soon to be 3 tanks. Oh no, the infestors! Oh my god, every infestor gets sniped. Brutal losses there for Yakov. Yeah, massive miscontrol here. That was how many? Oh, that was 4. That was 4 infestors going down. Heavy losses there for Yakov. A much stronger fight for ByuN, and now he snowballs. Yeah, he snowballs from here. Takes the fight, now pushes, denies the gold. Again, it was the snipes, but also this siege line. These 3 tanks here specifically, they just shelled away those infestors. Yakov, he clumped up. Yakov still has 8 bank to work with, but he has not denied these bases in quite some time. And ByuN now establishing another expansion. This is a big moment for ByuN. Has a fresh mining base. Likewise, ByuN ensures that this base here is also available to him. Oof. And Yakov is in trouble. Moving in. Tries to. Tank line does punish. We have 3 upgrades on the way, and the Greater Spire is done. Here come the Corruptors. Again, this is the next sign of Broodlords. So we're expecting after the next big fight a remax on Corruptor, and then a switch into Corruptor Infestor. Oh no! Corruptor get caught out. They get caught. Losing one, losing two. Now this is a huge moment for ByuN. He does scout the Corruptors ahead of time, but oh no, the Ghost! Get out of here! The Ghost, they pull away. Legacy collapse in, they will catch one. Yeah, tanks gonna be falling here as well. 1, 2, 3 tanks gonna be going down. Nice powerbomb here on the Ghost. On the Medivacs. Does barely unload in time, saving 4 ghosts, but the CC is denied. It denies the command center at the same time. Ooh, the gold is also going to be falling. There's that remax with more Corruptors. We're waiting for the Broodlords. We're almost there. Ooh, can he get the CC? He can. Does catch the command center. Things they collapse in from behind. They will clean up this army. We're still waiting for those Broodlords. Like you can see that Yakov, he's intentionally leaving free supply here. Scan the Corruptor, snipes coming in. Ooh, catching at the Infestor. Very nice. Oh no, get out of here. Free damage. Losing 2 Infestors, 2 Corruptors. Ay, ay, ay. There it is with 13 Broodlords. 13 Broodlords on the way. How many Infestors though? 0. Oof. 0 Infestors. So typically when it comes to the late game composition of Broodlord Infestor, Infestors do a great job at supporting the army. What's the biggest threat to Broodlords? I mean, they have a couple of threats. Vikings, sure. Thors, Ghosts. Best answer to Thor, Nero. Best answer to Ghosts is fungal growths. Without supportive Infestors, this army is not really as threatening. It's not as threatening here. So I am concerned. Hopefully Yakov can support this army with whether it's Vipers, whether it's Infestors, like typically spell caches of some kind. There we go. We have 3 Infestors on the way. They're in production. Neural is almost done as well. As I mentioned, Neural will be more ideal against the Thors. You can also go for some cheeky moves, and if possible with Bow, you can try to like Neural a Ghost and EMP the rest of the Ghosts as well. Like that's another alternative option. It's very rare. Oh. This is, oh my god, they come in just at the wrong moments. Nice catch. Denying mining. Mining is denied. More Vikings are amassing. Oh, these ultras are caught out. Again, ultras on their own are so vulnerable with the Broodlords, they will deny base. There's 9 expansion. Slowly pushing forward. We have a couple of Infestors on the ground. We have 4 Infestors with the main army. Oof, 1 Infestor goes down to 3, down to 2. Oh, but down to 0. Oh my god. The tank shots were brutal. Yeah, brutal tank shots. Infestors, they get punished. And the army's gaining ground. And again, he's gaining ground here, knocking down to the base, knocking down to the mineral line. Again, the army control was lacking there for Yakov. Again, he's got to babysit those Infestors. We got to babysit. On a base. I believe he has 1. Yeah, 1 Infestor so far. 2 more on the way. Nice powerbomb. Nice split. Vikings, they avoid that damage. Snipes coming in. Where's the detection? No, there's no detection. No Overseer. The Overseers are behind. They're with the Ultras. They're the other control group. Ah, that's unfortunate. So free snipes. Free snipes opening up. Yakov, he does rotate. ByuN, can we save it? We can. Barely saves the CC. And it looks like the army's splitting up. Okay, so we have Ultras towards the top side. The Broodlords, they rotate to the south instead, towards the gold. Rotating to the south side. ByuN's moving in. Catching out some queens. The southern base is exposed. Couple Ghosts pushing forward. And we do manage to get some snipes off. Oh, barely nods. Oh my god, the Ghost! Ghosts getting caught out. Massive connections. Yeah, Ghosts are going to be forced back. They're trapped with the Thors. And so many Ghosts go down. Yeah, the sides were interrupted. Not even a fungal, by the way, just purely from the Broodlings. This time there was detection. Massive loss for ByuN. That was how many Ghosts going down? 7. That was 7 Ghost kills. Did I say 70 once more? No, doesn't get them. But 7 Ghost kills at the same time. The main army does push towards the top side. We're trading bases. And trading expansions. And ByuN is going to keep going. Does keep pushing. But these were heavy losses for ByuN, losing 7 Ghosts. So again, ByuN did miscontrol. Still going for the base trade. Young Yakovi turns around. He's racing back home. He's turning back around. And ByuN has to get out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to preserve this army. He's on his own. Oh, does intercept. Fungals a somewhat land. Massive snipes. Catching out the Broodlords. Catching out the Infestors. And massive pickoffs. And Yakov is broke. No shot. Yakov is broke as well. The Broodlords. Yeah, Broodlords are going down. Ultras, they try to collapse in. Messy fights. They get on top of the Thors. Yeah, they clean up the Thors. They clean up the Ghosts as well. Barely does clean up, but a messy fight. There's one Broodlord remaining. Just one Broodlord. Now, what I mean by Young Yakovi's broke, he has no gas. Young Yakovi has no gas income. He's been bleeding out all of his mining bases. He only has minerals, and he's starved for larva. He can't spend his money. He can't remax on lings. He has 3 hatcheries. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, what? Oh my god! And massive snipes going off, and ByuN does have the more efficient composition. He's just more efficient. Yakov, he needs those gases. He needs to re-expand. Likewise, ByuN still has a mining base here on the top side. You know, shout out to all the changelings. Oh no. Oh, lings, they do slip in. It's one of those things where both players are hurting economically. That is true, but I do favor ByuN's main army. ByuN with a Thor Ghost. Yakov looking for damage, looking for bases. ByuN does take the center expansion. Yakov going for the gold. Oh, and Yakov, he did burn through a lot of his minerals, actually, remaking mainly with, really building mainly with Zerglings. Use those expansions. Yakov moving in. Does catch a tank, not bad. No, that was brutal. Yeah, he pulled back too soon. That will cost him an Ultralisk. Oof. Ultra goes down, a bunch of Zerglings as well. Does not kill the expansion. This is wasteful here for young Yakov. Ay, ay, ay. Yakov desperate for damage. Now he is triple expanding. Like there's a lot of bases down here, but he needs time. Scandals are real. Down where we headed. Meanwhile, a big shout out to late Chrononauts. God, Pappy God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for resubscribing for which fine for 20 months. 20 months, Pappy. Thank you so much. Almost 2 years. Crazy. Asses, Pappy. Get asses. Ling Runway does not get the tank. Oof. So once again, Yakov being a little bit wasteful, and you can see that ByuN, he is maxing out. He's maxing out with that superior composition due to his efficiency, of course. So that much more efficient, built up into a greater death bull of an army. And Yakov, he just ran out of steam. Ran out of steam. lost 3 bases. The Broodlord switch was a little bit lackluster. There was that one strong fight here at the gold where he was able to catch 7 ghosts. That was maybe one of the stronger moments that we saw in recent times, but unfortunately, even though he took down those ghosts, he lost 3 bases, right? He lost his mining expansions, and that led into this game state. So was it worth it in the end? Like, yeah. Was it worth it? Hellbat's being cleaned up. Main army pushing forward. Once again, more bases going to be going down. Oh, can we save the drones? No. Yeah, they cannot get away. Oof. 18 drone kills. Maybe he does catch a tank. Race back. Once again, they find some SCVs. They get some economic damage. Un poquito. As ByuN is claiming another CC. Now, Yakov, he has been slowly recovering, but I'm still not entirely convinced. He's still very heavily reliant on these ultras. He only has 1 Broodlord, so it's mainly Ultra Infestor, which can work, but it is, again, quite limited to terrain, to ground surrounds. Against a more heavy Thor Ghost composition, I still do favor ByuN. Well, I say that Neurals, right? Neurals that have potential, depending on the engagement, depending on the fight. If we can Neural some of the Thors, if we can fung with the Ghosts. How many Ghosts are there? 12. Okay, that's a lot of ghosts back. Does hit that northern base. Once again, rotating over towards the gold, knocking down 2 bases at once. Claiming 2 expansions. All the snipes. Oof. Catching an Infestor. Storm's being caught out as well. Meanwhile, we do catch out the Thors, okay. Thors are caught. Ghosts have to get the hell out of here. Looks like they're also going to be shut down. And here comes ByuN. Here comes the main force, catching out all the queens. Yeah, 5 queens getting caught. One of the main mining bases as well. I say one of. This is the mining base. This is what we have. Oh, the counter duels. Let's go. The EMPs. He EMPs himself. But there's still a couple of ghosts remaining. Yeah, still a couple of ghosts. EMPs that connect with infestors. No fungals remaining. No neurals. We commit to the fight. There's 1 neural here on 1 Thor. But it's not going to be good enough. Yeah, it's not good enough here. The Thors, they are here. They shut down the Ultras. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will claim game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. An impressive comeback here, bearing in mind that ByuN had a really shaky start, where young Yakov, he had the entire map. He was the first to max out. He was maxed out. He was engulfing the map, and he was knocking down base after base after base. ByuN, he struggled so hard to claim those center expansions, specifically his 5th and 6th base themselves. It took so long to get them up and running. Time and time again, we saw that Yakov was knocking them down, shutting down the mineral line, shutting down the planetaries, but eventually we saw that ByuN was able to secure them. He did secure them, and likewise, the best defense is a good offense. As he was maybe losing some of those bases, he was also counterattacking, knocking down expansions, knocking down mineral lines. ByuN was still very active at the same time. Often, if he would lose the base, he would also claim a base as well. GG, well played. And of course, did eventually build up into that more idealized like mech ghost army in that late game. GG, well played. Whew, and with that, we're going to be loading into game numero 2. We're loading into game 2 here, and spawning in the left-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, representing Stony Bulls. It is young Yakov. go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. Going to be calming things down. Hello, drone. As once again, young Jacobi moves out to go for what? To go for the hatch block. Just like game 1. We're hiding the drone in game 2 and looking to delay the expand. Hatchery is going to be thrown down. ByuN, he will eventually confirm. Our last game, he just went for the CC on the high ground instead. The position here is a little bit weird, not gonna lie, as usually it's a little bit more placed securely to stop the expand. But I believe the end result will still be the same. Still the same. As behind this, the boys are being pulled. The hatchery is going to be scattered a little bit earlier this time. Does commit in. Bearing in mind that behind this, young Jacob is expanding. Remember, he's going for a hatch gas pool opener. I'm sorry, hatch pool gas follow-up here. So he by no means is the all-in, but he does intend to delay. And this is already doing damage. He's already just denying mining time. Yeah, denying so much mining. ByuN, he also did not SCV scout. No SCV scout. Hatchery does complete. And this is a lot of damage being dealt here. Jesus. Oh my god. This is 9 SCVs off the mineral line. 9 SCVs. The Broodlings shouldn't kill anything, though. And there we go, the SCVs, they pull away. Broodlings, they give chase. And ByuN will eventually expand. And remember, from here, young Jacob is droning, saturating. Ooh, the Reaper does get across the map, though. Queens are late. The queens are delayed because of the proxy hatchery. Oh. Forcing out 2 spores and a gas geyser. So does force some inefficiencies. Doesn't kill any drones, but overall nice counter damage by ByuN. Overall nice counter damage. They do get into the main base. They get a full scout at least. They get a confirmation, but they shouldn't get much done. Being careful with the Zerglings. Third CC is on the way. Unlike game 1, we do see that ByuN is going for a faster third CC before Starport, so economic follow-up is building up in towards the mid-game. Meanwhile, young Jacob does do something interesting here. That is a very early Evo chamber. That is +1 carapace before link speed, by the way. Like, that's how fast that is. That's crazy. So insanely fast +1 carapace. This will help against bio timings. Does allow for fast either 1-1 upgrades or 2-0 upgrades with +2 carapace. We'll keep an eye on the timing. Likewise, still staying in gas, so it's going to be into link speed, into eventually the lair as well. So it's a bit of a wonky start. It's a bit wonky. Yeah, isn't hitting the hatchery bad if you play Terran? I would say it's bad if you play Protoss as well. Like, usually cleaner defenses against proxy hatcheries it is typically cleaner if you don't pull the boys, whether you're Protoss or Terran. You can shut it down without it and have a more like efficient early game. So again, that's why damage was dealt, and we're just going straight into mech. Oh my god. We have a second and third factor. We are going to be meching it up. Not the first time we've seen ByuN play mech. Just like all Terran players, actually, ByuN did play a lot of mech last year. Back with the previous Cyclone, we have seen him just mass Cyclone it up. Of course, since the patch and since the change and the fix of the Cyclone, we haven't seen ByuN embrace mech anywhere near as much against Zerg, but we're seeing it here and now. Does poke in, catching in a couple of drones. Rotating in towards the natural mineral line, Lings are in position, and the dive is denied. Denies the dive. Ooh, nice around. Very nice movement here by young Yakov, catching out a good chunk of Hellions. Most of them do fall. Just the one survives. And just the one. Behind this, Banshees are amassing. Meanwhile, big shout out as well to Moritori in the chat. Gab, thank you so much for 27 months in the chat. Over 2 years. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the Tuna Cup. Again, there's a weekly open tournament every single week. We have the Tuna Cup. Again, usually the Tuna Cup is over the weekend, but this week and for the next couple of weeks, it is during the week instead. The reasoning for that is because of RSL. Right, RSL is over the weekend, so we don't want to clash. We don't want to clash with RSL. We don't want to go over it, so we did reschedule to accommodate. To accommodate for the RSL. And of course, we do cast the playoffs once they do begin. Meanwhile, Blue Flame is on the way. Macville accelerators, +1 vehicle weapons. Aliens, they do go for the dive, and they will find some drones this time. Ooh, getting up to 3, getting up to 5. Oh, never mind. That was an A move. Yeah, that was an attack on the roach, not on the mineral line. So missed shot there towards the end. Despite that, 3 drones, not bad. Bad out of ByuN. Of course, at this point, young Yakov is fully aware that it is mech, so he's getting his roaches up and running. Roach speed is on the way, +1 range. That is Overlord speed. Interesting. This is a common reaction to mech, and that is to go for a roach queen all in to try to break the third base before the mech really gets going. Raynor, for example, is very fond of this whenever he plays against mech, and I believe that is the plan here for Yakov as well, is to commit into an all in. We saw this a lot during the Gressfarn era of map pool. That would have been, what, 2022? Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Gressfarn. It left its impression. But here come the Dropper Lords, here comes the all-in. Okay, we're cutting workers at 55, that is under 3 base saturation. As you can see here, no gas saturation here on the gas geyser, minimal saturation on the minerals as well. We're just gonna send it here and now. And again, the goal is to kill the Terran, kill the mech before we get into like mass tank lines and a really solid and death blow of a mech army. Before the mech can hit its stride. That's the purpose of this. Ooh, scan does reveal, he knows. Yeah, massive scan, does spot the Dropper Lords. Behind this, we do have our tanks sieged up. Banshees, they catch out the Ravagers. No, he gets 2. 1, 2 Ravagers, massive pickups. This will delay, this will hinder the push. Down to 3 Ravagers. Can we snipe another? Oh, Queens are moving in. Queens, they zone away. Zone away the Banshees. Roach is pushing forward. Ravagers as well, but again, there's only 3 this time. Tank volley is going up. Miles don't quite connect. And again, the goal here for ByuN is to try to angle himself and try to get on top of those Ravagers with the Banshees. Ooh, and Yakov, he admits defeat here. The all-in fails, and now he starts to drone. Ay. Droning has begun. Yakov, he is late to drone, late to saturate, late hydrogen, late infestation pits. Young Yakov, he's transitioning. Oof. Yeah, he's transitioning out of the all-in. The all-in has failed. Sniping every single Ravager. 1 Ravager gets away. But yeah, the Banshees were brutal. And ByuN is skyrocketing ahead. I mean, there's a reason why it's called an all-in, right? It's like tech-wise, you're just so far behind. ByuN is now skyrocketing ahead when it comes to his own production, when it comes to his supply. He will soon claim his 4th base uncontested, and then max out. So ByuN, he will max, he will push, and it's going to be a very tough hold here for young Yakov. I'm still not entirely convinced here by the Hydra switch. I mean, the Hydras, they help against the Banshees, I suppose. Hydras into Hive, into Vipers. I'm just worried about the main push. And here it comes. We're leaving most of the tanks behind. Banshees, they catch other Hydras. No! Gets 2. 2 Hydras go down. Here comes the tank line. Ooh, and the Hive is, remember, the Hive is late because the Invasion is late because the failed all in, which means no Vipers. Yeah, no Vipers. Tanks AC jump. Biles, they take down one of the tanks. He gets one, but massive tank shots. Oh my god. The tank shots are brutal, and with that, ByuN snowballs out of control. He breaks through the siege line. GG gets called, and ByuN will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played again. Just a rough position after the failed all-in from Young Yakov. Everything was delayed, so there was just nothing to really stand in front of that main push, as ByuN did snowball out of control. GG, well played. Embracing mech here in Game 2. Did embrace it. And with that, we do have our semi-finals ready for us, I believe. Oh, we're heading over. Okay, good. We're heading over here to the Korean server, and we are going to be jumping into the upper semi-finals. Let's go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys don't have to look at yourselves. Before I get ahead of myself, though, a big shout out to Young Yakov. Big shout out because, honestly, Game 1 was Young Yakov's game. Like Young Yakov, he was in such a good position, knocking down the expansions, maxing out, taking up. Like, that was his game to take and his game to lose. In the end, ByuN had a crazy comeback. It was impressive play there out of ByuN, but I can definitely see a world where we force the ace match, right? Where Young Yakov wins Game 1 instead, we force a Game 3, and that could go either way as well. So GG. GG, well played. Let's go. But GG, well played. With that, ByuN does advance on, and as you can see here, we have our top 4. We have our top 4 here of this week. We have herO, Trigger, ByuN, and Classic. herO took down Art 2-0. Trigger took down Percival 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Shout out to Percival, but again, Trigger does come out on top. ByuN takes down Young Yakov, and Classic takes down Strange 2-1 as well. Yes, they're Strange. Ay, ay, ay. Forcing Classic to the ace match. Very impressive. As we are just quickly setting up our semis. Here we go. Looks like our players, they need a moment. They need some time here to gather themselves. So un momento here, as again, up next is going to be herO versus Trigger, followed by ByuN versus Classic. I think there were some people asking earlier that maybe haven't tuned into the Tuna Cup in the past, but for our tournaments here, we do cover both semis. I know that that isn't the case for all Open Cups. Pegasus Cup, for example, does host both semis at the same time. Monday Night Weeklies, they also host both semis at the same time as well. But there are other tournaments like our events, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Warty TV Monday, and Kung Fu Cup. Those 3 specific Open Cups do hold semis, which means they cast 1 semis at a time, one followed by the other. That's generally the case. I know that Warty sometimes, like if he's like rushing or something, like does actually run both at the same time, but for the most part it is 1 semi then the other. Let's go. So herO versus Trigger, followed by ByuN versus Classic, followed by the raffle, followed by the grand finals. So we have 3 series remaining here in the broadcast, 3 matches to go. Likewise, as a reminder as well, the semifinals are best of 3s, best of 3 semis, not at best of 5s. And of course, we are incorporating the new map pool. Game 1 is going to be, oh, interesting, a map that we have not seen yet tonight. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Sun Temple. For those that maybe haven't heard of it, Old Sun Temple is one of the many 4-player spawn maps in the TLMC map pool. There's 3 of them. There's Old Sun Temple, there is Exarch, and there's one more, I think, is it Fear and Faith? Or Dream and Scars? Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith has also made it through as well. So there's 3 4-player spawn maps in. Quite a lot. Banshees MVPs, they were the MVPs for sure. They were the MVPs. we go. So I do need a moment to set up the raffle. La rifa, baby, la rifa. Let's go. Let's go. Can a person in the second semifinals watch the first semi matches, and does that give them an advantage? I mean, kind of. I mean, they can watch the semis just like anyone else in the Twitch chat. So they can tune into the Twitch chat. They can predict, they can gamba, papi. True. I guess it's that's always the case with all tournaments, is that you have the advantage in the sense that if the matchup is the same, then you can, I guess, gain the advantage of seeing how they're playing. But the reality is that all these players play each other very, very often anyway, so they already know kind of how they play. Referring to like classic watching herO play PvP, like herO's PvP is known, so I don't think there's any value there. I don't think, like, it's, I think there's more value if you're watching a player that you don't play on a regular basis. So for example, if this was herO versus herO, maybe, because herO doesn't often play in many tournaments, then say classic watching that would gain the advantage of seeing how herO plays if herO were to beat herO. Like, true, but that's only because herO rarely plays in tournaments, so his current form and his current playstyle isn't as like well known. But players that we're seeing here, they always play in everything, so like, yeah, there's not really as much to hide. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, as herO does go for the cross scout. He does scout top right, and so far has not found Trigger. Trigger likewise also scouting top left as well. Bearing in mind that welcome to the Old Sun Temple. This is a 4-player spawn map. Trigger, he does check the Zelnaga tower, and he will veer off towards the left-hand side. You can spawn in top right, top left, bottom left, and bottom right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. Trigger, he will proxy here in the center of the map. The Gamba, he does gamble here. herO, he does scout bottom right, and herO will confirm that a pylon is missing. He will find Trigger ahead of time. So big scout for herO. Does move in, does find Trigger, and will confirm that a pylon is nowhere to be found, as he is counting. Yep, does check behind the mineral line, confirms. Meanwhile, this is going to be a Stargate opener out of herO. herO going a gate into Cybercore into Stargate with double gas opener here. Does have access to early Void Rays. Meanwhile, Trigger, Proxy Robo, 1 base all in. And he finds him immediately. No, he's right outside of the natural, Bappy. He finds a proxy. He gets on top of the pylon, a crazy damage early on here, and that pylon is going to be killed. There's no saving it. There's no adepts are on the way, but there's no saving the pylon. This pylon will go down. You can see that Trigger, he can try to reinforce here and throw down a second and a third pylon to keep this powered, but that first pylon will fall. Oh boy. Here come the adepts. The proxy has been found, has been disrupted. A robo finishes, but cannot make anything. And here he even just throws down the Nexus anyway. Doesn't even care. Yeah, no care in the world. Adepts say move in. There's a full wall on the high ground. Stalker's in position. herO does open Oracle, not Void Ray. Going for the Oracle opener. One adept even shades into the main base, catching out 2 probes. Crazy damage already. Oh no! Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And it takes down 3 probes. Once again, that robo was close to being killed by the zealots. That one herO zealot. Getting the robo to half HP. The Oracle likewise does respond. Catching at the adept. Gets 1. Gets 1. Does deal some hull damage as well. Very nice. Oh my god, almost both. Almost catching both. You can see here Trigger, he's setting another probe. He's trying to repower. He wants to. He just wants to keep it going, but it's just so delayed. Oh no. It's so heavily delayed, Matthew. Oracle dips in. The Oracle is a couple of seconds late. That means 1 probe, 2 probes go down. Just 2. But nice damage. The Oracle has paid for itself. Back at home, we have a backup Oracle. Going for the stasis. And we'll get... Ooh, we'll not get baited. Adept is killed just in time. Robo is repowered. The Prism is on the way. Trigger, he's still all in, by the way. He's still very much so all in. It's still all or nothing. Oracle's a threat and a dive. Prism is popping out. Now, with the help of the War Prism, Trigger, he can bypass the natural. He can go straight into the main. He can go straight into the main base instead. He's warping in sentries. He has force fields available. He can force field the ramp. He can lock down the army. Void Rays are amassing. A second battery here on the low ground. And here he will engage ahead of time. Oh no, he gets one. He gets one Stalker already. Picks up one. Chasing down the army. Gets a second Stalker. Heavy losses for Trigger. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, takes on the Void Ray. GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. herO, he does take a lead in the series, and bearing in mind this is a best of 3, Trigger can always bring this back, and we didn't really get to learn anything about this game just because, again, it all came down to the scouting. Trigger, he went for the proxy, got scouted, GG. Like, it was just very, very unfortunate, very unlucky. Trigger, he went for the all-in, he went for the one-base all-in, and herO did find the pylon ahead of time, was able to find it, able to lock it down, and with that snowball out of control, it was a very, very rough start there for Trigger, and we'll see what the build of choice is going to be coming to game number 2. Let's go. Let us see. Where are we jumping? Ooh, game 2 is going to be on at Eternity's Edge. Again, this map has been quite popular. We've been seeing a lot of this map. Now, the question becomes, is it herO's turn to all in? Let's go. Feels weird that they spawn opposite sides. Yeah, I mean, again, based on the spawn location, we have a shorter rush distance by ground, longer rush distance by ground. There's some variance depending on your spawn location. But again, it is not uncommon to see horizontal maps. I mean, I guess they are relatively uncommon. Rorschach is one of them, for example. Thinking of El Dorado is another map that's horizontal, right? Instead of like diagonal spawns. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of at Eternity's Edge, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. The pressure's on. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Hi, and welcome one and all to at Eternity's Edge. This is a 2-player spawn map, so you can spawn in top left and bottom right. Just 2 spawn locations. When it comes to our natural expansion here, it is relatively secure. We have a same. We don't have like a high gun expansion or anything like that. It is on the same plane of elevation as the attack path. We do have the ramp a little bit further out. Bit of a more narrow ramp where you can make a stand on. You can defend, claim your 3rd expansion, and build up on 3 bases. For now, 2 gate. 2-gate opener out of Trigger, 2-gate opener out of herO. Remember, last game herO went for he went for a gateway into Cybercore into Stargate. This time 2-gate opener, but my eyes are on the probes. Trigger veers off towards the top side, so does herO. Oh. Great minds think alike here. Looks like herO's going for a fake proxy pylon. Trigger as well. Here we go. Pylons are going to be thrown down. I say fake, but herO's on patrol. Interesting. So again, a Trigger, he's also scouting just in case. Based on these pylon locations, it's feeling like either a proxy Stargate or no proxy at all. Waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is almost done. Then we can throw down our tech of choice. Again, I'm imagining Stargate play, but we have seen some crazier things in the past. There it is. Stargate out of herO. Robo by Trigger. Ooh, and herO might just scout this, by the way. Oh god, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming in this direction. Does he go down to low ground? Up, does he? He does not. No, he doesn't see. herO barely doesn't scout. Trigger checking the top side, and Trigger, he will confirm the... Oh. No, barely. He's so close. Both of them. Trigger fails to scout, and herO fails to scout as well. They both barely don't spot the proxies. Adepts are revealed. I should emphasize that Trigger's proxy is an all-in. It's a 1-base all-in. herO's is not. This is a way to deal economic damage, and because the Stargate is proxy, this will be hurting herO because he'll be reinforcing from outside of his main. It does mean that if he tries to make defensive Void Rays, it'll take longer to get back home to defend. The plus side is that herO could deal critical economic damage to hinder the all-in. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Defensively, the Stargate is going to be hurting herO, but aggressively will help him. In the sense that we can dive in, we can cripple the economy, and weaken the all-in if we kill probes. That's a big if there. Trigger, he didn't get into the main base, so he failed to scout. The Oracle will actually power over the proxy, and now he knows. Yeah, here is fully where the all-in. Behind the still one base. Head up safe threat and a dive. There is no battery in the mineral line, but Stalkers are in position, and they zone away. Yeah, nice zoning here from the Trigger. The Oracle is forced back. Meanwhile, Adepts had lifted up, jumping into the main base, and 2 Adepts they can one-shot probes. They can and will one-shot workers. So we go 1, 2, getting up to 3. Getting up to 4. Oh my god. 4. Oh, not quite. 3 probes go down. Did misalign his shots towards the end. But so far, nice damage here by Trigger. He pulls away. Immortal production has begun. Building up his immortals. Continuing the aggression. Remember, it's all or nothing for Trigger. herO is making a Phoenix, and that will help zone away the Prism and lift up the Immortal as well. Does give some micro potential for herO. At the same time, herO did make a second Oracle. 2 Oracles, they will one-shot probes. Stalkers are ready. herO does a bit. He gets 1, he gets 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills, and does barely get away. Nice damage out of herO. Trigger gets a break out of his own main. He's got a hefty army here. Trigger, he's built up to 8 Stalkers, 1 Immortal. And herO, can he make a stand? So, there's obviously a lot of potential with the Phoenix, right? He can lift the Immortal and just take it out of the equation, but the Phoenix is also most likely to be targeted down. So he can maybe tank 1 or 2 volleys before the Phoenix does fall. At the same time, force field is going to be a big factor. We have sentries for both players. Stasis traps as well. They also have potential. Phoenix, oh no! Oh, taking 1 massive volley already. Yeah, the Phoenix is now 1 volley away from going down, so it won't really impact the fight too much. Or at least it shouldn't. Yeah, the army does rotate. They pass by each other. Uh-oh. Do we base trade? Who turns around? Trigger does. Yeah, Trigger does turn around. Trigger's chasing the main army. Here he's gonna keep going. We gotta keep pushing. And this is just buying time. Yeah, throwing down more stasis traps behind the army. Trigger, he does notice. And here pulls out. Yeah, he does manage to pull out. He does pull away. Baits out the stasis. herO dips in, the main base is exposed, and more probes are going to be going down. Massive damage. Gets 5, 6, almost 7 probe kills. Crazy damage in the main base. Trigger, he is hindered. He has been all in this entire time. But now the all-in is hindered. It is weaker. herO, he has yet to attempt to expand. Still 1 base versus 1 base. Trigger, he still has a terrifying main army, bear that in mind, but now less reinforcements. Oh. Focus is zoned away. Trigger, he finds, oh no, late reaction! Yeah, big late reaction by herO, losing 1, 2, 3, losing up to even 4. Wow, 4 Adepts go down, heavy losses for herO. Again, he was not paying attention. 18 Stalkers to 16. Still only 1 Immortal. Just the 1. Oracles, they turn around. They turn back around, they get a Revelation off. There are no defensive stasis traps, bear that in mind. herO moves in. Sorry, Trigger moves in, and here is forced all the way back. He's forced back home. Force back into his main. Force field's buying time. But Trigger, he will eventually break through. herO, he tries to backstab. Trigger, he's in position this time. He's ready for it. He's ready. Well, despite that, he will still lose 3, 4. Oh my god, 4 more probe kills. Again, the Oracle control here has been crazy for herO. It's been impressive. The control. Trigger expands. herO's contained. herO bleeds out 1, 2, soon to be 3 gateways. 3 gateways go down. There's 0 gateways left. We actually can't warp in. Oh my god. herO, he has no production. Yeah, 0 production for herO. Trigger pulls away, and Trigger again is expanding. At this point, this is Trigger's win condition. Just contain. Just contain herO and expand. Loving the Hallucinate Colossus. This does provide high ground vision. True. Does provide vision. Here is still looking for damage. Does pick in. Oh, he will lose 1. Yeah, 1 Oracle finally goes down. Does still get 4 pros, but he will lose a 2nd Oracle as well. Ay, ay, ay. 0 Oracles left. Still nice damage. They did pay for themselves, to be fair. But now there are no more Oracles. Now there's no more. Behind this, it was that Twilight Council blink is done. Does he goes to the dive, he's crazy. Oh my god. Dives in, takes down the Prism. Prism goes down. The Immortal Sword is just dealing so much damage though, and herO, he will lose everything. Massive losses for herO. Half his army wasn't even fighting. Oh my god. Yeah, not the fight to take. GG gets called, and Trigger ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 3 here. Again, we did have that back and forth. herO, his adepts got caught out on the map. He lost map control, was forced back into his own main, and he just could not break out. Yes, he had blink, and we did see it towards the end, but alas, he just could not break out. We saw the heavier stalker count for Trigger. Despite all the probe damage, did not matter. The main army was still robust, was still solid, and herO could not engage. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going all the way to game number 3, and we'll see who will claim the series. Let's go. We're loading into lockdown for that 3rd game. Whew. We are going to be loading in. Like we mentioned earlier, there were a couple of big key moments here. There were a couple of big key moments when we saw herO, for example. We saw herO take some heavy losses to his Phoenix, so his Phoenix never came into play when it came to dealing crowd control damage and lifting up the Immortal, for example. He wasn't quite able to make use of said Phoenix. Likewise, the harassment was solid there from herO, but he could never quite engage with the main army. It was just too robust, and Trigger was on point. And here we go. We're loading into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of lockdown, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss for T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. As we have a high ground natural, so herO is going for the gate expand, and so is Trigger. Is this the beginning of Phoenix Wars? Phoenix Wars are quite common from this position. What are we saying? So this is going to be a gateway into most likely Cybercore into Nexus. We could try to cut some corners and just go straight gate expand. We could go for an even faster Nexus. If that is the case, it typically leads into Stargate play, into Phoenixes, and then you just keep on making them from one side to the other as well. So eyes are on the 2 players here. 1 gas. Just 1 gas for the time being. Only 1 gateway. Both players will scout, and both players should be pylon blocking. So because both players are pylon blocking, you cannot get the faster Nexus. They want it, right? They want the faster Nexus, but the pylon block will deny that Nexus. It forces out, there we go, 2nd gas for Trigger, 2nd gas for herO. This screams Cybercore, and it screams Stargate. And because both players open Stargate, and both players scat each other going Stargate, you cannot make an Oracle. You need to make Phoenixes, otherwise you fall behind. That's usually what we're locked into, as long as we can block the expansion. So far we did block. Safety Zealots on the way. Does cancel. herO, oh, he does expand! He gets it. He does get his Nexus up, and I cannot say the same for Trigger, but he's not too far behind. Yeah, not too far behind. There's Nexus as well, only behind by a couple of seconds. And we are expecting Stargate play, but we'll see if either player deviates into a Twilight Council. Cybercore is done. Show us what you got. So Trigger, he goes for the Stargate. What does herO do? herO goes for Warp Gate instead. So herO, he does not embrace the Phoenix Wars. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Brutal Matt in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. I can't say for certain, but I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is the longest running open tournament in StarCraft 2. And we're here in the semifinals. We're here in the semis. ByuN versus Classic will be played after this. They're currently waiting for us to wrap up as they are the other semifinals match. And the other semis. So again, herO did prioritize Warp Gate, but that means his Stargate is late, but he's still going for the Stargate. Interesting. So still going for the Stargate. Quickly checking Trigger's vision, he did not confirm. Trigger's going Oracle first, and herO will confirm. He will scout. He will scout the initial Stargate, he will scout the Oracle. And again, typically that will prompt a Phoenix response. As herO does shade in. Adapts can 2-shot probes. And he gets one. Yeah, one probe goes down. A messy defense here by Trigger as he will lose a second probe. Nice damage. 2 probe kills. Trigger, he moves out. And Trigger, he failed to scout the Stargate, by the way. He's not fully aware. But he soon will. But last Trigger, he's already going for the already going for the Twilight Council. Yeah, he's already going for it. Phoenix does pop out. The Oracle commits. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And 3 probes. 3 probe kills before going down. herO, he gains the map control. And Trigger, he's stuck at home, switching into Blink Stalkers. So a rough setup here for Trigger. As Trigger, he's attempting that switch into Blink Stalker. Not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy here. Trigger is amassing his gateways. Blink is on the way. Phoenix is able to get a scout off. They confirm there's no Phoenix production. And they confirm the Twilight Council, he sees everything. Yeah, he does see, does confirm. herO, he knows all. And he even takes down 3 more probes. Once again, slowing down the economy here of Trigger. Back at home, the robot gets thrown down. We should be seeing Immortal production soon. Remember, herO, because he went for a Stargate opener, it means that there's no Twilight Council, means he has no Blink Stalkers. To make up for that, Immortals are usually the go-to. It's the go-to to build up into Immortal counts, and there it is. There's the first Immortal on the way. So it's on herO to defend, to turtle up, and to build up his Immortal count until he hits critical mass, then he can break out. It's going to be on Trigger to 2-base all in. He's all in. He throws down 2 more gateways. How many gateways do we have in total? I believe 6. There's 3 in the main base. There is 1 at the natural, so 4 at home, 2 across the map. It's going to be a 6-gate, 2-base all in. Let's go. Just pure Blink Stalkers. And if herO tries to expand, he will be killed. So herO, he for now is stuck on 2 bases. He's building up more Immortals. This is the correct thing to do. The concerning thing that I see here are no batteries in the main. There's no batteries in the main base. Remember, Blink Stalkers are very mobile, and even though we have a secure position at the natural, Blink Stalkers can always rotate into the main base. Oh boy. I say that I think there's only 1 pathway here, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's just too much terrain on the right-hand side to dive in. I think there is an opening here. Regardless, does rotate towards the main, towards the natural. Breaks in. Ooh, does get caught out. Commits into the Immortal. Does get 1. Yeah, 1 Immortal goes down. Nice pickup. Trading with the Zealots. Can he catch the second Immortal? Not quite. Does get a Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix goes down. Pushing further in. Does go for the knife. He does 2-shot. Oh my god. 2 shots. The Immortal catching another Phoenix. There's 1 Phoenix left. Barely gets away. And Trigger's not stopping. Remember, he's not stopping, he's not slowing down. There's 1 Immortal remaining. Does not dive in. Ooh, blinks forward. 1 more shot. He gets it. Immortal goes down, and herO's in trouble. Yeah, herO's in danger. It's being 1-shot. The sentries, the Stalkers, going for a massive warp in here. 5 Stalkers at a time. Trigger, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam here. The proxy gateways are so far away. They're so far away. So delayed reinforcements. Trigger, he's also missing. No, he didn't take his gas. He's just not. He just realized. Oh no. Trigger, he had excess of minerals. He had excess minerals. He didn't have enough gas, so he actually couldn't warp in. Oh, now he expands. I mean, Trigger, he's traded decently well. Decently. He reset the Phoenixes. He almost reset the Immortal counts. The downside of Trigger trying to expand is that he's far behind in other aspects. herO, the Forge, +2, right? +2 is on the way. We have +0 for Trigger because he never intended for the game to last any longer. So Trigger's being outscaled as time goes on. And the Immortal counts, what was once 0 Immortals, is now building up to 3. 1, 2, 3 Immortals. This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Kiri's building up a more efficient army with charged on Immortal, 4th Immortals in production. And this eventual move out is gonna be brutal. It's gonna be crazy. Here he starts to break out. He's just waiting for his War Prism. With the help of the War Prism, he can just commit. He just commit across the map. He's got 4 Immortals. He's going to have a bunch of Archons as well. Mass Zealots. Trigger, he's going to mass Glaive Adepts behind this. Again, this is a bit of a Hail Mary play for Trigger. Adepts, they can trade decently against Zealots. They're decent. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes herO. He commits across the map, just waiting for that War Prism. Now for his reinforcements. As he moves out, Trigger moves in. Trigger does move in the backstab. Does move in, catching up some Zealots. 1, 2, 3, catching all of 4. And we're going for the base trade. He commits. Show us the stasis. Yeah, here he does with the stasis trap, and he... Oh my god. Almost. Does connect with an Archon. Not bad. You're moving further in. At the same time, Trigger, he overwhelms the Natural. And Natural's falling. Trigger, he's holding onto his own base, though. Okay, he's buying time. Trigger, he's buying time. Extra warp-ins. Trigger, can he hold? Can he hold on? The Mass Adepts, pappy. This choke one is brutal. Again, the Swords, they cannot move in. Cybercore goes down. Boys are being pulled. herO breaking his way through. Yeah, massive Archon shots on the probes. Probes are going down. Warpins are continuing. Adepts are just trying to hold the line here. We were warping in even slow lots. Oh my god, the force field. No! Yeah, the force field is crazy, catching up the army. At the same time, Trigger, he depowers everything in the main. +2 did finish. +2 did finish. herO pushing further in. Ooh, base out the stasis. Just barely. Base out the stasis trap. There's a recall back home. Can Trigger hold? Can he snipe that Prism? Can he snipe the Archons? I mean, there's a lot of Stalkers. It's going to be close. Trigger, he does have the shield battery. He's getting caught, though. Yeah, brutal force fields. He's getting caught out. Boys are being pulled. Does make in. Oh, the juggling, though. Yeah, it does juggle nicely here. The Immortals are going to be saved. And herO overwhelms. Yeah, here he breaks on through. GG gets called. The juggling was too good, and herO, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played with that herO. He will claim the series. He will advance on a very intense back and forth there, especially towards the end. Going for the base trade, where we saw Trigger, he just wasn't able to hold the line long enough. The Immortal count was retained, the Archons as well, and herO did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, herO, he will claim the series. He will claim the series, he'll advance on to the grand finals, and he's waiting for his next opponent. Oh boy. Up next, we have a PVT Classic versus ByuN. But shout out to Trigger. Again, Trigger, he did make a series out of it there against herO, and even then we almost saw Trigger claim the game himself. It was just a bit of a rough all-in from Trigger. Winding it back, remember, it was a 6-gate all-in, but Trigger, he was banking up minerals. He didn't have the gas income to properly warp in 6 Stalkers at a time, and his proxy gateways are very far away. They were very far away, so his reinforcements were delayed as he tried to force his way up the ramp. So it was a very awkward all-in there from Trigger. It's also possible that he maybe thought the main base was more accessible to Blink Stalkers. As you mentioned, there's a lot of terrain that does work kind of against Blink play into the main, specifically on lockdown. So we saw the Trigger, he didn't really have too much of an easy way into said main base, forced his way into the natural. There was a nice target firing there for sure for Trigger, resetting the Phoenixes and catching out some of the Immortals, but he did not have enough momentum. It's barely not enough. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready. As again, ByuN versus Classic are going to be coming up next year. Vetos are underway, and once they wrap up, we'll be able to jump on into our TVP. Oh boy. Is herO the faker of SC? I don't know enough about League of Legends. Faker, he's like the best player in League, right? In the history of League? Question mark? He's like the Banjo, I would assume. I think most would agree that at the moment, herO, he's like the... I think most... I know that Artosis has his own thoughts about Rogue for some reason. I think most would agree that herO, he's like the greatest of all time currently for StarCraft 2. Obviously, as more time progresses, as more years go by, if another player does rise up, then that can maybe change. But for the time being, herO, he's gotten the most accolades in the most amount of time in the history of StarCraft, including even like Heart of Swarm and Wings of Liberty. Like herO has been like the more dominant force. But what I will say is that herO, he is, at least I would say, the best Protoss player in the world. There's an argument to be made for Classic and MaxMax. They both have their own strengths and weaknesses. Everyone can agree that they are the top 3, herO, Classic, and MaxMax. I would say that Classic has better late game than herO. I think that is like Classic's, I would say that is his speciality, is late game play and getting to the late game. But I would say that herO, he's a little bit more well-versed kind of in the early to mid-game and a little bit more well-rounded, which has led to, I would say, more successes in recent times from herO. So I would currently say that herO is the best Protoss, but I can understand someone making an argument for Classic, like purely based off of his late game, for example. And his defensive play as well. I can see arguments being made. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be getting into our next series, into our next semis. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the red Protoss player, the Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As again, ByuN has been improving quite heavily when it comes to his TVP. I know we were just praising and talking about herO and Classic and the best Protoss players in the world, but ByuN is up there as well, and in recent times has been improving his own TVP. What I will say though is that this tournament is a little bit different than what we're used to because we're featuring new maps. And maps, they do have a big influential factor when it comes to the meta, when it comes to preferred playstyles, when it comes to how players approach the game and approach the matchup, and that does change as players get more and more used to the map itself. But once again, welcome to At Attorney's Edge, and again, this has been a very popular map. Very, very popular. Again, has a decent rush distance. I still will say that the rush distance background from third to third is still quite short, but especially in TVP, we have been seeing more Protoss players expand linearly instead towards these further away bases. We'll see how Classic does expand coming into At Attorney's Edge. We shall see. For now, though, ByuN does go for his economic opener, single gas ranks expand out of ByuN, economic start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Classic, he himself does go for his own gate expand into cybercore. Sorry, gate cyber expand. Gate cyber expand. Everything's looking as it should. When it comes to this map, there are certain quirks, certain features. We have the gold base on the bottom left. We have high yield gas bases here in the top center. We have, again, that shoulder rush distance by ground from third to third. We have this central area, which we have yet to really see come into play. There's the Zelnaga Tower, there's points of elevation. Even in the young Yakov series, most players did avoid this area. Or ByuN and Yakov, they did avoid kind of this rotation area or this pushing area. Typically, they push on the edges of the map instead. And we are going for, a Marauder base opener into a 3-rank stim timing. Okay, so ByuN does go for the earlier CC into what's supposed to be a punish. Now, checking Classic's vision, Classic, he did not probe scout. He didn't probe scout. He's going to be scouting with his Adept, and the goal for ByuN is to catch this Adept. Again, Concussive Shell is an ability here that does allow for the Marauder to slow units with its auto attack. So the goal here is to catch the Adept, to shut it down, to deny the scout, and then to follow up with stim. Again, heavy rack setup here, early stim, early bioaggression. So hyper aggressive build here. Adept does poke forward, does pull away, and the Marauders do not catch the Adept. Does try to. ByuN does take control of the Zelnaga Tower. Adept does pull away. I believe the Adept didn't even see the Marauder though, just saw the CC timing. So Classic erases back home. ByuN attempting to catch him. There is no battery, but there are 2 more Stalkers. We're coming for the surround. And he goes for it. Yeah, does try to go for the dive, going for the Marauder. First Marauder will fall. We do trade 1-to-1. Nice retargeting out of Classic, and we'll trade 2 for 2 here, losing 2 Stalkers with 2 Marauders. Again, Classic will hold. ByuN going for the economy. Doesn't get the probe. Classic defends. So nice defense here by Classic. Behind this, going into Blink, going for a second gateway. Now, bearing in mind, Classic doesn't know what the follow-up is. Classic knows it was a Marauder opener, but a Marauder opener for ByuN could lead into either a 3CC 3 racks or 3 rack stim timing. There are 2 very specific builds that are very commonly the follow-up here for ByuN. Classic does go for a fast third expansion off of 2 gate Blink. Hyper greed here by Classic, and this will be ideal for ByuN. Remember, ByuN, he's working towards that stim timing, and Classic is cutting corners. He's cutting corners. Hallucination now does move out for the scouts, and Classic will now confirm how aggressive ByuN is being. Now he knows. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. He's what was coming his way. Behind this, batteries. Yeah, we're throwing down batteries. There's a battery here in between the bases. We should be seeing a battery here at the natural as well. Setting in more Stalkers. Blink is being chronoed. And ideally, Classic wants to force stims early on. Remember, this should be hitting pre-medevacs. So every stim will hurt. I say that, my apologies. ByuN, he's going for a later timing. Do you see what I see? I see ByuN turning back around, ByuN going for the factory, and now going for the starport. So it looks like ByuN, instead of going for that stim timing, he's going for a later medevac timing. This will hit later, but it will hit with medevacs so he can stim more freely. Likewise, it'll also be hitting with combat shields and +1. So it's going to be a later timing out of ByuN. It does mean that this reaction from Classic is too soon, right? It means that these batteries are too soon, too early. They're being thrown down in time for the stim timing, but it's a later attack. As Classic is gearing up in towards +1, charge into a very gateway heavy composition, no splash damage yet. Ideally, Classic should be active on the map, again, to engage ahead of time. I see the Mega in the chat. Here in Classic, a happy Shameless isn't here. True, true. Este Shameless. No. As here comes ByuN. Again, ByuN, he has a massive army. He has stim, combat shields, and +1. And medevacs, they are coming. They'll be boosting across the map to support. ByuN hitting a couple of seconds earlier by not waiting for the medevacs. Oh, but we have force fields. Uh-oh. ByuN, be careful. Losing 2. Yeah, losing 2 Marines. Again, it would be a trap here to move up the ramp. I say that. Classic, he rotates to the south side. There's an opening. Wow, he gets up. He gets up the ramp. Classic out of position. There's the first big stim. Hatching out a Stalker. Diving the main army. Force fields, they don't slow him down. Some Marines, though, they're wasted DPS. But he moves in. He does move in, takes down the sentries. There's the NG overcharge. And Classic, he's barely holding on. Yeah, it does hold, does defend. I say that he's running out of Zealots. Stalkers are exposed. Do we have enough Marauders? 3, 2. Yeah, there's 2 Marauders left. Down to 1, down to 0. 0 Marauders. The Stalkers, they defend, they hold. And Classic, he shuts us down. Whew. Classic gets away with it. He gets away with the greedier build, faster third base, faster economy. Fourth next is now on the way. Classic snowballing out of control. And ByuN, his own third CC, only just now began. Late third expansion by ByuN. ByuN, he was so dedicated that had to break the army. He fails to do so, and ByuN falls behind. Right now, the soup is lying to you. The soup does say that, oh, we're even in supply. Classic is about to be up 2 bases. It's insane. He's about to be up 2 expansions. And now he's building up in towards the splash damage. Bay is on the way. I will say that ByuN's main army is quite strong. Like, he does have a lot of supply invested into his main army, and he can still be active. Medevacs are out. He can go for drop play. He can go for drops. He can go for move outs. The pressure is on ByuN, though, to get damage done soon before the 4th base kicks in. So the pressure's on ByuN. He's down pushing out. At the same time, War Prism is going for the counterattack. Gotta get some damage done. As ByuN, he will get eyes on the 4th base, and I don't see him canceling the 4th, but he does at least spot it, does confirm. He has to pull away, he's getting caught out, he's getting overwhelmed. ByuN needs to get the hell out of here. As he pulls away, Zealots warp into the main. Zealots drop, Stalkers warp in, going for the Liberators. He gets one. He gets one. He might get the other as well. Ooh, barely does. Nice save out of here. Sorry, nice save out of Classic, and Classic takes the lead. 9 SCV kills, 2 Liberators, and all 4 Stalkers get away. Massive win here for Classic. Behind this, working towards Colossus. The Bay on the way. Sorry, we have the Extendable Lance on the way. And the 4th base is getting fully saturated as ByuN takes his 3rd. And now you can see what I mentioned earlier, how the soup was lying to you. How, yes, earlier we had both players at 90 supply, but now Classic takes a 30 supply lead, and it should be getting larger than that. 20 supply even. Due to the 4th base kicking in, now going for the gold. Oof. Yeah, the gold base is also a big factor here. It will benefit Classic immensely when it comes to his mass Zealot composition. We have +3 on the way. And ByuN is in trouble here. Now, ByuN, he has a couple of options. Drop play, right? He can go for drop play. He can drop into the main base. He can backstab, try to hit the 3rd, try to hit the 4th. Try to get some counter damage done, but it's always risky because if he goes for a drop, that means he has less to defend, and Classic is right outside the front door. He's ready to dive in. He's ready for a fight. And Classic, he spots the main army. He has a sea of Zealots. Oh my god. It's a lot of charge lots. Here, Classic, he... Oh. Nice hold position micro. Doesn't commit. He's only going to do charge lots. He doesn't want the line shots to go off. Pulls back for now. Takes down 4 SCVs. Can't just dancing with the army. 4th base is getting up. Sorry, 5th base getting up, claiming his gold. And Classic is about to max. He's about to max out. +3 is almost done. Being chronoed as we speak. Here comes the Maynard. Does prioritize the gold. And soon Classic will max and he can just start rallying. Just start rallying in. Oh boy. ByuN fending his units. 4 CCs on the way. Ghost production has begun. We have 3 ghosts so far and a decent Viking count. So we've got 6 Vikings, soon to be 10. So the Viking count is solid. Ghost count as well. I would say that Classic should have been engaging ahead of, like, already. Like, you can see Classic, he's got almost a 2,000 mineral bank. So we should have already been seeing him pushing in. Oh, ByuN comes to him. Never mind. ByuN, get out of here. No! Nice CP. Nice CP on the charge lots. Stalkers, they blink in. Classic does give chase, and he collapses on the army here. Marauders going down. Marines, Ghost as well. Oof. some rough trades. Zelo Orbins, they continue. Decent mine connections, decent shots, but we still have more cells coming in. They're warping in 7 at a time. Did I say, oh my god, he's got what, 16 gateways? He's got 18 gates. Crazy. Warping in 18 cells at a time. He's coming. Get a decent mine shot. Yeah, decent connection. From 10 down to 6 Vikings. Down to 6. Here, warping more charge lots. Classic is so close to breaking ByuN. He's close. That's ByuN. He's like actually sneaking out his 4th. He's sneaking out his 4th expansion. Classic, he rotates over. The Observer does spot the 4th. The Observer sees everything. Classic, what's the plan? Committing up the ramp. Does take the shots to the face. Massive Colossus swipes. He's also moving in. The prison, the warp pit will complete, and he overwhelms. Yeah, takes down Marauders, takes down the Ghost as well. Second army tries to engage. Does reset the Colossus count at least. True. It takes down the Colossus, but the Zealots, they get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and this is getting out of hand here. Oh, the misrally. Misrally is in. Nice pick off. Nice snipe. ByuN takes down the Colossus, and ByuN is holding. ByuN is barely holding on here. At a cost, this cost him 14 SCVs. I believe took down the Warp Prism, and at least claims the 4th base. Planetary's up. True. Planetary does finish. There's only 2 robos. Planetary is solid. But once again, this is a position where ByuN, he's treading water. He's barely keeping his head above water. Meanwhile, Classic, he's freely expanding, taking more bases, more expansions, more saturation. He can freely rebuild and remax. That's already, as you can see, Classic is already almost remaxed, despite them both falling in supply. Now, what is important, though, about the fight that we just saw is that Classic lost all the Colossus. Resetting the Colossus count does slow Classic down. It takes a long time. He only has 2 robos, as we mentioned. So his production is limited with how quickly he can rebuild those Colossus. So that was important. True. That was important. That was impactful. This does give ByuN a little bit more time, but oh god, he's getting caught out. He should not be out here. Yeah, he gets caught. Ghost goes down. And here comes Classic, collapsing on the army. And this time a much stronger fight. Better position here by ByuN, getting into the mineral line. He does pull away. Crazy blink. Wait, what? He blinks in. He loses all the stalkers. Crazy blink out of Classic. He'll lose all the stalkers. Colossus are exposed. Miscontrol by Classic. A messy fight, but it still might be too much. As Classic is still rallying. Still just rallying across the map. Delayed reinforcements, but GG gets called, and Classic will overwhelm. He'll take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Classic does take game 1, does take lead in the series. Winding it back here, ByuN, he was so dedicated to his 3 racks, and if you recall, we did emphasize just how far behind ByuN fell when he failed to get damage done. He was so committed, pushing across the map with the delayed 3 racks timing, with that stim, +1, combat shields, and medevacs. ByuN, he had to break the army, and he had to do more economic damage, but he didn't deal any economic damage, and we emphasized how brutal it was for the aggression to fail, and for Classic to claim his 4th base. Oh, hold on. Alright, let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Wavebreaker. Let's go. Here we go. We're going to be loading into game 2 here. Going to be on Wavebreaker. We're going to be once again jumping into one of the AVEX updated maps. There's a lot to get into here. Experiencing this map for the first time tonight. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, it has a timer. Never mind. If you remember, we casted on BlackRock earlier, and BlackRock didn't have a timer, but this one did. Let's go. Beautiful. Nothing to worry about. I was overly concerned. But spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Wavebreaker, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is a classic. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And welcome one and all to the new and improved Wavebreaker. Oh no, it's covering the tuna. No, free the tuna, baby. Oh no. Know what this is? We're covering the tuna's eyes so he doesn't see the horror that's going to befall him. That's going to befall the main armies here, outside of the wave. But welcome one and all. So Wavebreaker has received a bunch of updates since it was initially revealed in the TLMC 22 map pool, and one of them are the placement of these rocks. These rocks, if you recall, they actually used to cut off this section. So here, they used to cut off this section here, walling off the distance or the attack path here towards the triangular third base. Instead, it was maneuvered here instead. The rationale for this is to actually create some choke points here, pushing in towards the natural. Before, it was a very open and a very direct attack path in towards the natural, and this does allow for an area here to engage as the defending player to have a bit of a better choke point to work with. It's still further out, that is true. Like, it's still a very open natural and very direct attack path, but this ideally will help when it comes to defensive engagements. Ideally. Likewise, same thing was done here as well. These rocks were also maneuvered. They were also rotated and shifted. Those are the obvious changes. I want to say there were some other changes as well. I remember having a list earlier, and I'm trying to see if anything comes to mind here outside of the rocks. But those are the big ones, of course. Meanwhile, racks expand into a factory follow-up. High ground CC, a bit of a safer start here by ByuN. Economic, but safer. Just catching him. He needs 18 robos. True. Just catching up. Map covering logos. Kick it out of the contest. Speaking of logos, a shout out to... there it is. A shout out to Monster. A shout out to Monster Energy. And a shout out to... Can I find the Shopify logo? It is. There it is. Shout out to Shopify. You can see them both there. Shopify and Monster. They both do sponsor the Team Liquid map contest. So much love to Shopify and to Monster for supporting StarCraft and supporting the development of all these maps. True. Big shout out. That's why if you ever play or see any of these TLMC maps, there's a bunch of logos and branding all over the place for Monster and Shopify. There as well, you can see Monster logo on the left hand side. And even here as well. There's Monster everywhere. Meanwhile, what the hell's going on? We're going for an all-in. Jesus. Proxy pylons being thrown down. Stalkers, they poke in. They will attempt to delay the expand. A Cyclone has arrived, though, and ByuN should be able to break out. Still doesn't attempt to break out. We're going for 3-gate. 3 gates start here. 3-gate opener. Hyper aggression out of Classic is warping in. His goal here is to break that natural here and now already. Oh boy. And ByuN doesn't know. Yeah, ByuN, he has no idea. He does pull some boys to repair the Cyclone at least. Stalkers, they poke in. Remember, there's no blink. And he does try to break forward. He does not catch the medevac. Ooh, medevac goes down. Cyclone's over the surround. Oh my god, the trades. Takes on the Cyclone, takes on the medevac, but so many Stalkers go down. Heavy losses there for Classic. Heavy losses. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time. They are slow warp-ins. Tank has arrived. With the arrival of the tank, I believe ByuN holds. Yeah, ByuN, he is holding. Because now there's no easy way to get on top of the tank. Remember, there's no blink. Oh my god. Yeah, there is no blink. Massive tank shot behind this Classic now transitioning. Robo's on the way. Twilight Council's on the way as well. But Classic is behind. The tech is late. The upgrades are late. And ByuN establishes his natural. So a stronger early game here for ByuN this time. Let's hold. does hold, likewise does saturate his natural. Behind this, working towards charge. Charge on the way, Temple Archives as well. Getting into his gateway setup. Let's go. Let us go. As I still do give momentum to ByuN. ByuN, again, he's building up his Raxes, building up his Bio. If you recall, the upgrades are delayed here for Classic, so he can't really apply any pressure, can't really pressure his opponents or delay expansions. ByuN is free to settle in. Free to calm down, free to settle in. Catching at the pylons. When it comes to some of the other main features, of course, we were mainly focusing and fixating on some of the changes that were made. When it comes to the map itself, we do have these speed zones right through the center to reinforce and to push through the center of the map. Longer rush distance by ground, bear that in mind. It is a bit of a larger map itself, so the speed zones do help with at least the main attack path. Behind this, we have the low ground third bases. Banshee does poke in, catching at 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5. And we're throwing the Banshee away. Yeah, we're throwing it away here. 6 probe kills, not the bad trade here for ByuN. Does catch 6 probes, but the attack path here into the third base is quite open, quite large, quite open as well. Third base is on the low ground, so is the fourth as well, also on the low ground. So more accessible third and fourth bases. The bases are more accessible. Army rotations are that much more important. I should say map awareness and map positioning, true. As ByuN does move out with his drop plate. Moving out with his double drop. And Classic, he is keeping up. So far, ByuN just getting map control, catching up pylons. Keeping Classic on his toes. Storm is complete. So there's a couple of High Templar, a couple of Storms available. But you can see how different the dynamic is comparing this game to the last one, where previously Classic very quickly, very easily gained map control. Here, ByuN is able to fight for map control. As he does spot the Prism. ByuN, he does intercept. Does run away. So he's with the Prism. Ideally wants to bait out some Storms. Speaking of, ooh, one Storm is baited. Does of course confirm the tech of choice. Confirms the Storms instead of Colossus. Likewise, 8-minute Forges here again. Very late Forges for a Classic, but that's all because of the early game. Late Forges, late upgrades. ByuN breaking down the zone. Oh, he's freeing the Tuna. Let's go. He frees the Tuna. Not quite. Casito. He's active with his 2 armies. Claiming his own third, setting up defensively, and we're gearing up towards a longer game. Again, just securing map control, building up, refining the army, working towards Vikings, eventually into Ghosts, eventually into Liberators. Classic. Oh no! Oh, Prism gets caught. Massive pickoff. And Prism goes down. There were 2 High Templar in that War Prism as well. Aye, aye, aye. The attempted Storm drop. Heavy losses for Classic. And ByuN takes a lead. At this point, ByuN does take a lead, catching at the Observer. Building him into Ghost. Classic, he's been in trouble since the beginning of the game. It shows how important and how impactful the early game is. As again, Classic has failed to maintain map control, he's down in supply, has a worse economy, needs a 5th base, and has worse upgrades as well. Ooh, Scan barely does miss the Observer. Just barely. This move is spotted. Classic, he responds, goes High Templar in position. Now, what I will say, even though ByuN has a lead and ByuN has momentum, Storms can still be, of course, very influential. They can make or break a fight. There's a lot of Storms coming in. Shows EMPs. There's one. There's one EMP. But there's still plenty more storms. EMPs on the main army. Ooh, catching every single High Templar. There's one storm left, sorry, two. But massive EMPs. Colossus have arrived, and Classic should hold. Whew. Classic should be able to hold on here. At the same time, ByuN rotates. The space on the top left is exposed. But ByuN is not aware. He's not aware of the expansion. Opening up the map. Classic double expanding even. Oh my god. And ByuN now spots the base. There was potential. There was definitely potential there for a rotation and for a denial. ByuN still building on more ghosts. So Classic has to be careful. He's down to 4 High Templar. Oh, he's got 4 Colossus. Oh my god. It's a heavy Colossus count. There's only 3 Vikings? Ooh. Yeah, Viking count is low. Colossus, they can dominate. Both armies maxing out. ByuN making 4 Vikings at a time. And ByuN looks like he will find a base. He should. Remember that? ByuN, por favor. He's not aware. Army moves in. And ByuN's out of position. Force lift the CC. SCV's going to be going down. Storms, they do zone. So far, not killing too many SCVs, thankfully. Yeah, 3 SCV kills. Classic pulls away. But this does distract, and it allows for top left to get up and running. Again, ByuN was about to deny, about to check. Classic taking every base on the map. So I mean, the map is quite large. It's quite wide. There's a lot of bases. A lot of expansions. Thankfully, ByuN does peel off an army, and he does move out. He gets spotted by the Observer, though. Classic he sees. Oh. Does spot this, but no detection. Ghost does give chase. Center left is going to go down. Massive EMPs, no recall. Ooh, nice storms, though. Yeah, nice storms. ByuN has to get the hell out of here, has to pull away. And almost gets caught out. At the same time, here comes second army, does spot the Observer. Classic trying to respond. You can see the army movement. He's trying to decide, do I defend against the main army? Do I defend against the drop? Like, where should I be? ByuN throws away a ghost. Lands an EMP. Army comes in from behind. Ooh, nice snipe. Takes down the Prism. EMP in the Archons. There's 2 High Templar left. And there's no storms. Yeah, there's no storms. Vikings are going ham. They get 1, they get 2 Colossus. Just barely. 2 Colossus go down. Better fight here for ByuN. There's not much splash damage, and you just keep pushing. You can keep pushing. I believe there's 1 High Templar somewhere. Ooh, snipe goes off. No storms with the main army. But there's still 1 Colossus, and there's not enough ByuN. Not enough on the ground. Classic is holding. Yeah, barely holds on. Punishes the ghost as well. Drops they come in. There's that final High Templar. This drop is getting out of hand, and Classic, he just sends it. He keeps going. He sends it across. This drop is getting out of hand. Catching out the Templar, catching out the Stalkers. Classic keeps going into tank range. Ooh. Gets 1, gets 2, takes out all 3. No, just 2. There are only 2 tanks. The final one does survive. Vikings, they punish. And Classic overextends. Big overextension. Oof. As the Colossus goes down. Drop to take down the mineral line. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, man. Now, thankfully for Classic, he still has plenty of bases. He still has top left, center right. Not much saturation, I will say that, but he does have plenty of expansions. There's all these next eye. The drop is still active. Going back in, catching on more probes. 3 more probe kills. But again, these are expensive drops, as they did have ghosts. Some expensive trades. And ByuN is licking his wounds. Again, there were some heavy losses, and ByuN didn't really have much of a bank to work with. Classic is remaxing. And ByuN needs time. It's time to rebuild. And again, a big part of this as well, we were harping on it a little bit before, but there were like, what, like 2, 3, 4 moments where ByuN could have knocked down and denied some of these expansions, but he just wasn't aware, right? He just didn't know the bases were there, didn't realize how exposed they were when it came to center left, when it came to top left. As EPs, catching at the Archons. Vikings, they catch one of the Colossus as well. Yeah, missed movement there by Classic. Nice storm though. So then a stolid storm here on the Vikings. Takes down the CC. Goes to lead the charge. Snipes. Oh, doesn't snipe. Doesn't quite catch at the Templar. Classic pulls away. Yeah, pulls away. You have to rebuild the CC from scratch. Doesn't spot the Observer. Classic, he sees all. And finally some counter damage. Not bad. ByuN, he does find a Nexus. Takes out a base. But can he get out? Oh, yeah, he does trade well there. Yeah, Stalkers are exposed, and Classic does split up his army in a bit of an awkward fashion here. That's going to be, what, 5 Stalkers going down. Heavy losses here for Classic. Main army's zoned away, but does catch a Colossus as well. Classic just some miss army control here, some miss movement. Yeah, rough movement here by Classic. Heavy losses. Bleeding out Stalkers, bleeding out Colossus. Just some awkward control. I mean, it's just the pathing, right? The pathing is very awkward on Wavebreaker. True, it is. There's just a lot of twists, a lot of turns, a lot of ramps. It can be very awkward. Nice storm. Storm does connect. But I believe that was the only storm here. Yeah, snipe goes off. Okay, there's one storm left. One storm remaining. Classic rotates once again towards center left. Sorry, center right. Pushing towards the expansion. EMP on the Zealots, not bad. Vikings, they reset the Colossus count. They at least look to. Yeah, 1, 2, or 3 Colossus should fall. No more Colossus remaining. But the storms were brutal. ByuN does take the storms to the face. But does take the better fight. Just needs to keep going. Has to keep pushing. Classic force back home. Again, down to 0 Colossus, down to only 3 High Templar. There's not really much splash damage here. And now we finally get some economic damage. It takes on. Oh, denies the Warpin. Oh my god. Denies the Warpin, lands the Vikings. No more Colossus. And ByuN is breaking through. ByuN is overwhelming. EMP lands. There's no storms. Zealots, they trickle in. They do collapse on top of the Marines, though. Yeah, still a close fight, but ByuN does break through the Zealots. That was the final storm. Takes out the Templar, breaks into the mineral line, and we're looking to force the ace match. Yeah, we're forcing that ace match. Colossus does come out in time, though. Can Classic hold? Not many Vikings left. True. There's not many. Yeah, with the rival Colossus, Classic is holding on. Defends the base, still will lose 36 probes. Heavy losses for Classic. Oh my god. ByuN, he wants to break through so hard. He's so close. He is. Yeah, he barely is. 2 Stalkers left. Down to 1. Takes down one of the Colossus. Again, very scrappy, very messy. It's Classic. This is his army, by the way. 1 Colossus and 2 Observers. This is all we have left. Yeah, recall bottom right. Okay, plenty of Zealots. True. Plenty of Charge Zealots. Was trying to go for a run by. Does recall back home. Observers, they're within range. Oh my god. Nice around. But we can pull back. We can pull back to the planetary. ByuN has the more efficient army, has plenty of ghosts. Massing up more Vikings. And Classic, again, he lost too much. He lost top left. Lost his mineral line as well. Again, it's been a rough just game from the beginning here for Classic. We did mention previously that everything was delayed because of the initial 3-gate aggression from Classic. He had 8-minute forges. Late expansions. I will say that he did build up a solid base count, that is true, but you could argue the map hurt him more than anything. It's there are a lot of moments where he was like trying to rotate, trying to respond, and his army was all over the place. It's all over the place. ByuN is not maxed. He can chase. We have 2 High Templar remaining. We're up to 5 Colossus. Oh, very Colossus heavy. Panic Colossus. Speaking of, nice EP. EP lands the Colossus. Should take down at least 2. It's also trading well. Storming the Vikings. Oof. That's 3 Colossi fall. 2 remaining. Again, the army's just rallying in. Not enough Zealots, not enough Chargers, not enough buffer. And ByuN's done it. He breaks through, takes down the Colossi, takes down the final army, and we are going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. As ByuN breaks the main force. There's no more High Templar, no Colossus. This is the remaining army, just being Stalkers. And he cannot save the bases. These bases, they cannot be defended. ByuN moves in. And he knocked down base after base. There's nothing to defend. There's no economy. There's no army. Got distracted by the Adepts. So that was a bit of an F2. Like everything responded. Panic move out of ByuN. Calm down, ByuN. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Keep going, man. Keep going. Let's keep pushing. I believe we already spent the energy overcharge. It does quite well against the charge lots. From here, we can land those Vikings. There are no more Colossus. Oh, sorry, this one. Never mind. Oh. Oh, good. Did I say 1? Down to 0. Colossus goes down. ByuN sims in. And again, there just hasn't been a standing army for quite some time. GG gets called, and ByuN ties up the series. We're going all the way to game number 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played, ByuN. He will claim this. He will claim the game, I should say. Does claim the game, does force the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. And again, it was a really rough start there for Classic. Winding it back, Classic went for a 3-gate opener, hyper aggression. He overextended. The aggression failed, and ByuN had a very comfortable start. That is why, unlike the previous games, ByuN was freely claiming his 3rd base and his 4th base as well. It was the 5th base that ByuN had to fight for, but that's fine. He still had his 4 bases, still had map control, still had a solid setup. Let us go. But GG, well played. And again, Classic had a very rough like early to mid game, and in the end was able to build up his army. Of course, did have like a standing back and forth, but had a very hard time maintaining his bases. They're just so spread out on this map. And again, movements is a little bit more awkward here on Wavebreaker, but just because of all the ramps, because of all the terrain, because of all the rocks as well. Did see ByuN take advantage of that, and GG. GG, well played. And for the first time tonight, and I think maybe even, is this the first time just in the history of the CranKy Ducklings, we are going to be casting on Voidstorm. Let's go. I think I might have casted on this map once, maybe? No, I don't think so. I don't think we've casted at all on Voidstorm before, but finally we get it. We get Voidstorm. Let's go. Meanwhile, big shout out to Sugarcoat the Second. God, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 130 TLMC 22 edition. We're jumping in, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Voidstorm. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We are jumping on in, and welcome one and all to Voidstorm. Voidstorm is a bold map, is what I will say. Very bold map. What does Voidstorm have? Healing pad. Healing pad dead set in the center of the map. Now, a couple of changes were made. if you recall, originally there were no air blockers. There were no air blockers on the healing pad. We did recommend adding air blockers just because that can maybe add a little bit too much when it comes to things like Banshees, things like Oracles specifically in PvZ, as they will gain too much value over time as they can just heal up and make use of their health, and that whole damage means that much less. So the air blocker was added, and I believe there were some other changes made as well. I believe there were some changes here in the center when it comes to trying to create at least a bit of a more defensive setup. But overall, a couple of changes were made. Of course, this map was inspired by, I believe, oh god, what's the region in I almost said Cataclysm. No, in TBC. Netherstorm, that's it. This map is inspired by Netherstorm when it comes to its aesthetic. When it comes to the overall aesthetic and the vibe itself. In general, I know what it was, but this season, like Avex, has been on that Warcraft's like aesthetic with Blackrock and with Voidstorm as well. I'm still sad that Silvermoon didn't make it through. Like, feel Silvermoon, man. Feel Silvermoon. If I was curious, that was another map submitted. Yo, that tuna is blinding. Oh my god. From here, we're going to be opening up. Once again, we have ByuN opening up with his own double gas opener. Double gas into a faster factory into a delayed CC. Much more tech-heavy and aggressive start out of ByuN. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into earlier Cyclone play, committed Mind Drop play, into Banshee play. Eyes are on ByuN. And again, we'll see if we make use of said healing pad in the center. Meanwhile, Classic going for a standard opener himself. Does go for the standard opener. Classic does move out. Okay, does move out. Oh, he's exploring. Oh, he can heal the probe. True, he can heal the probe. Not the most impactful use of the healing pad, but you know what? Why not? Why not? True. Tops up the probe. As we do have our initial Reaper Hellion. It's going to be 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions as well. The goal here is economic damage. The goal here is to bypass the center, go straight to the mineral line, and go straight for the probe damage. Let's go. Again, the Adept is out of position. There's a 1 sentry back at home. We do have a force field. We have a Stalker. Never mind, there's a hallucination. And we're going for the dive. He gets in. Yeah, it does get in. Does sit by. Heading for the main base. The battery's in position. And the battery does help. True. Shout to the battery. No major damage yet, just a mining time. Sentry does stand strong, and Classic is holding. Yeah, Classic is holding on. Massive Hellion shots, but that battery here does put in so much work. The probes, they refuse to die. And Classic defends. Classic does defend. There we go. 2 probe kills. 2 probes for 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. That was not worth it. A heavy commitment here by ByuN, and he only kills 2 worthless. So far, strong defense here by Classic. Classic does take a lead early on. Behind this, we have our follow-up, going to our 1-1-1 into tank, into do we go Banshee or Raven? Eyes are on ByuN. Just add-on swap. Okay, so tank production into add-on swap, in towards stim. So ByuN building up his bio army. Meanwhile, Classic, how many gateways do we throw down? We have 3 gateways in the main base and 0 at the natural. So 3 gate blink. 3 gate blink. A safe play here by Classic. We'll see if with the Robo he goes for the Observer or with the Warp Prism. Warp Prism will be more signifying aggression. But based on the third base timing, should be Observer. Detection, Vision, Map Control. As there comes the third. Now, when it comes to embracing the rest of this map itself, it does have some unique features. We have low ground third and low ground fourth base options. We have this high ground set up here right in between. We do have the terrain as well to kind of slow down pushes, to split them in half and create these choke points. So you can have a stronger defense here at the natural. True. Stronger defensive setup. We could have seen maybe potentially all-ins take control of the high ground, but that won't be the case this game. Not here, not this game. Classic moves out. ByuN building up his bio. ByuN, he did stop at only 1 tank. Ooh, big aggression here by ByuN. So basically, ByuN, he's going to be cutting tank production early on for earlier stim and combat shields for a heavier bio count for an earlier stim timing. So again, heavy aggression by ByuN. Does he spot the observer? Oh, does not. Oh, it does! Does spot the observer. Keen eyes are out of ByuN. Behind this classic, building a piece of gateway army into Colossus. Ooh, earlier Bay. Okay, this time earlier Bay, later charge, earlier Colossus production. Once again, very safe play here by classic, which I do like against the early sim timing. And that means it's going to be one Colossus to defend, as ByuN just goes to drop play. Oh, he can heal. True. I can heal up the Stalkers. ByuN moves out with his double drop. Classic warping in. The warping is a little bit delayed though, and Stalkers can be focused down. The army does respond in time. Stalkers, they survive, they defend. And ByuN is deflected. But here comes the main push right down the center. Gets spotted by the observer. Classic is aware. Classic is aware. Diving on the tank. Tank is going to get caught out. Nice pick off. Nice catch. Catching out the tank. The force fields as well, just slowing down the entire army. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal force fields. We can stim freely. True. We can just stim for the fun of it, actually. We can Tops up the army. Power the healing pad. Oh. Blinks in. Medevac does pull away. Bearing in mind again, the Medevacs, they can't make use of the healing pad. Oof. They went in, Pappy. They went in. Oof. As Classic does take over. Now, this is a big feature, and this is one of the reasons why I said this is a very bold map. Unlike on Persephone and other maps that we've seen with healing pads, this healing pad is directly in the center of the map, so it's actually a little more impactful when it comes to main engagements. It's a little more impactful, a little more influential. So we see both players kind of fight for control of the healing pad. They both make use of it, drop into the main base, does overwhelm, catching out the Stalkers, catching out some probes. And the Colossus left idle here in the center. Ooh, miss rally. Yeah, some awkward movement here, but does pull away. Colossus are still exposed, they're on their own. Yeah, where's the main army? He did respond to the main drop. Classic so far is holding on. Yeah, he is holding on. ByuN pulls away. ByuN does pull away, does rotate. Rotating across the map, both players are building up their forces. We do have the Temple Archives in production here for eventually Storm. Likewise, ByuN working towards his Ghost production. We're both taking up. Calming down, we're taking up. ByuN going for a massive Dune drop. Classic out of position. There's not enough energy for a recall, and likewise, there's no warp in either. Yeah, just the one Zealot. Just the one Zealot. Gateway's being depowered. Decent positioning here by ByuN. Taking down the Cybercore as well. And the SimCity working against these Zealots, they just get choked up. Yeah, they do get choked up here. ByuN picks up, pulls away, will lose one empty medevac, the others do get out, and even denies the base. Yeah, denies the expansion, massive pickoff here, 5th base is denied. Catching a Colossus, no battery! Yeah, there's no shield battery here, the Colossus does not get away, massive pickoff, and Classic's being torn apart. He's being torn apart, Pappy. Yeah, trying to respond, trying to rotate. Mine's just connecting. Heavy Marauder army stimming in. But cannot break through. It cannot go on top of the Colossus. Classic holds. Classic, he is holding on. But still spins some shaky defense here from Classic. Again, his main base has been abused. Cannot get his 5th. And ByuN does get his sword fully up and running, fully saturated. ByuN has momentum. Just needs Vikings. That's the one thing slowing him down here, is the heavy Colossus count and the lack of Vikings. ByuN is working on it. Oh, Prison's moving out. Yo, shout out to Monster. Shout out. Prison does move out. Does threaten to drop. And will Alicia shop some of the mining here? Forces ByuN back. Let's force him back home. This is giving Classic a little bit of breathing room. Now, because Classic is so behind when it comes to his 5th base as Rico back home, he's taking his 5th and his 6th expansion at the same time. Double expanding. So big double expansion here from Classic. Storm has not yet been researched, which is a little bit concerning. Yeah, Archons are warping in. No Storm. Just Colossus and Gateways. Yo, technically ByuN can land the Viking and heal the Viking when it's like waddling on the ground. True. Vikings, they can be healed. Sorry, does move in, does come in. Yeah, crazy blink there by Classic. Blinks forward. Does try to blink in, but Colossus again, they're exposed. Has to back off. Has to calm down. As the Prism does barely get away. Prism pulls back. Classic does get away with a double expansion. With bottom center and center left. Taking both bases. Both armies are maxing out. Both armies are maxing. We pass. Oh, we almost passed by each other. Oh, catching out the transferring probes. Not bad. 7 probes go down. Vikings, they move in. And we have 5 Colossus. Getting up to 6? 6 Colossus on the way. There are reinforcements. They'll run by here. Will distract. That's my connections. Catching out Zealots. Mass EMP. Oh my god. And Mass EMP in the army. Colossus does go down. Gets 1, but there's still 4 left. Down to 3. Yeah, down to 3. Soon to be down to 2. And soon to be down to 0. ByuN, he will take this fight. He resets the Colossus count. But he doesn't have enough on the ground. Oh no. Oh, misclick. Yeah, ByuN does misclick. Does waste some DPS. Cashing out another Colossus. Oh my god. Gets a 6 Colossus. That's 6 Colossus falling. Go solo. The healing pad. It's right there. Por favor. It's right there. ByuN. Nah, Medivacs. Put him to work. True. ByuN does back off. Does heal up. Ah, there we go. He's like, oh yeah, true. It's here. The healing pad. Ah, he lands the Vikings as well. The healing pad is crazy, man. It's crazy. Oh, no, dude. I thought he was going to be stuck for a moment. Thank God. That would have been awful. But now we know, if you try to lift while in the healing pad, you just get pushed out. Doing Colossus goes down. We land behind the army. He lands behind it with that ByuN. He's overwhelming. He just snowballs out of control, breaks the main army. And with that, he will advance on. GG gets called. ByuN, he'll advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will advance on. Again, Classic, he had a very hard time maintaining map control. Likewise, he did opt to go for a heavy Colossus composition, opting not to go into High Templar, not to go into Storm, I should say, but had a very hard time maintaining map control. With that, we saw that ByuN was able to gain control early on, gain momentum, knock down the 5th base, knock down the 6th base, knock down the 5th base, and deny mining, and did eventually overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he did advance on. He does claim the series, and now we have a best of 5 grand finals. But before the finals, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time in a different way. In a different way here. Let's go. As it is time for the random raffle. La rifa, papi, la rifa. Here we go. For those who are curious, every single tournament we do have a random participation raffle for all the players. Hold on. Just have to update the score. Beautiful. We do have a participation raffle for all the players. Here this week we had 12. We had 12 players competing, of course. A bit of a lower sign up rate, but that does mean that each player has a higher chance to walk away with a little bit of extra prize money with 5 USD. Bam! As you can see here, we have 5 USD available. Nothing major, nothing huge, but just a way to spread the love, to spread the support, and to give another player out there some extra prize money. It could go to a finalist like ByuN or herO, or it could even go to someone that got knocked out in the first round. It can go to anyone. It can go to anyone. So here we go. This week. Oh, Jesus. This week, congratulations. This week, our random raffle winner is Trigger. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Congratulations, Trigger. He is going to be this week's random raffle winner. Shout out to Trigger. As Trigger, he did make it all the way to the semis. If you recall, bam, you can see here, Trigger, he got knocked out by herO in the best of 3. It was close, went all the way to the ace match, and Trigger did get knocked out in the semifinals, but he does walk away a little bit richer here. Shout out to the runner-ups. We did have who? We had Percival, Strange, ByuN, Young Yakov, and Roxas. Barely edging it out. Not quite making it through. But GG, congratulations to the Trigger. Well played. Hashtag rigged in the chat. True, true. That Canadian bias. True. But otherwise, GG, well played. With that, so let's quickly set up here with our grand finals. Un momento. Need a moment. ByuN is asking, who won the raffle? Who won? I like Trigger. Ah, he's crying. ByuN, he always wants to know. He always wants to know who wins the raffle. ByuN. Ah. Alright, we're good. Smurge, my ByuN. I think ByuN has won the raffle one time. I think that one time he's won the raffle. Done it before. Alright, let's go. Let us go. As Vita's done, and we are jumping in. Wrong score? Oh, right. So my apologies. We'll have to fix that. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple. We do have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. I'm whipping out the Google Translate. Hold on. I wonder if they're talking about the map, because this is a 4-player spawn map. True. I think herO was commending ByuN for his series, and then series said he's like, I'm learning, Papi, I'm learning. I think that's the case, but here we go. Welcome one and all to the Old Sun Temple. Old Sun Temple, you can spawn in top right, bottom right, top left, and bottom left, and we have cross spawns. Ooh, diagonal spawns, long rush distance by ground. This could be a long one here. Oh boy. For now though, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Again, this is it. This is the grand finals. We have our top 2 players of the week of this week's Tuna Cup, ByuN and herO. herO is scouting top right. Remember, this is a 4-player spawn map, and herO is looking for ByuN. He's looking. Here we go. we go, as here he does scout top right, now checking bottom right as well. So here he'll eventually find ByuN. ByuN, likewise, he himself is going for a double gas opener. Double gas, faster factory, a bit of a safer, more tech-heavy start out of ByuN. A little bit surprising, as herO does go for the proxy. So here he confirms that ByuN is on top right, and he does go for the proxy pile. This is a big gamble out of herO, and he gambles correctly when it comes to ByuN's spawn location. Meanwhile, ByuN opening up reacted Reaper on one base. What the hell is going on? We're clowning. Let's go. Zealot's rallying across the map, checking bottom right. Meanwhile, proxy Stargate, I would imagine. Cybercore is done. We need a little bit more gas. Getting up to 150. There it is. It is Stargate. So proxy Stargate to herO, going proxy Oracle. Zealot will confirm the location of ByuN. And again, ByuN is going into reacted Reaper Hellion, hyper aggression early on here to scouts and to find some worker damage as well. Now, what's my big concern here? Well, with reacted Reaper Hellion, there's no Marines, there's limited anti-air, and that Oracle can go to town. Zealot will delay. Will delay, does confirm the Reaper Hellion as well, so here he knows. Here he sees, he knows. He's fully aware. Stargate is finishing. Now, I believe this can lead into a tech lab in the early Cyclone. I'm hoping that that's the case. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on ByuN. Oh, catching out one of the Hellions already. And one Hellion goes down. I'd up say catch ByuN out. Diving on the Reaper. Ooh, catching another. And he trades, catching out a second Reaper here. As 2 Reapers going down, Adepts cleaned up. There's our tech lab, there's the Cyclone. So thankfully a Cyclone is on the way. Oracle's moving in. And ByuN will have something to defend. Meanwhile, ByuN, he finally gets across the map, does go top left. Finds herO. Does find him. Battery's not yet done. Probes are exposed. Gets one. Gets one. Going for another. There we go. 2 probe kills so far. Not bad. At the same time, Oracle does dive into the main base, catching out 3, 4, 5 SCVs. Both players taking heavy losses, but the Cyclone will eventually defend. Now, Cyclone will defend. Cyclone will even catch out the Oracle completely. One more shot. Does go down. Nice defense there by ByuN. Still did lose 6 SCVs, but hey, killed 4 probes across the map. So a bit of a back and forth here. The CC was also delayed as well, so true, there's layered aggression or layered damage here on ByuN. ByuN does come out worse for wear. He didn't just trade workers, of course. ByuN also lost the Reaper Hellion. So he lost map control, of course. Now he's stuck at home. Another Oracle is out. And herO, did he scout the tech? He did. He saw the research. He saw the tech lab. So he's fully aware of the Cloak Banshees. And herO has detection. He has detection. He's ready. He's in position. hero's ready. But something else I should also mention as we get into our series, that if you enjoy this event, if you enjoyed the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and even help support us, you can do so via the Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournament on a weekly basis. Every single week, our prize pool is boosted or is funded via the Patreon, and you can help us boost the prize pool and grow it even further via said Patreon as well. And if we can reach further stretch goals, we can have monthly finals. We actually had monthly finals last year for September, October, November, December. The final 4 months of the year did have monthly finals, and you can help us reach those goals again via the Patreon. Otherwise, we of course still run the weeklies. ByuN, fun fact, there's no stim, by the way. He's just sending it. He's moving out across the map. 2 Cyclones and 14 Marines. A very awkward timing here by ByuN. We lose one of the Banshees. Likewise, does trade with the Phoenix. Another Cyclone goes down. ByuN's moving in, a bit of a kitchen sink here. Cyclone, Marine, Banshee. Does move in. He wants a third base, and looks like he will force a cancel. Yeah, nice pickup. The expansion is going to be denied. Oof. Charge is now done, and here can clean this up. Oh, we rallied the tank as well? Uh-oh. Yeah, ByuN may have overextended. ByuN overextends. The tank did rally. Zelce move in. He wants that tank. He wants him. Gets the Cyclone. Yeah, the Banshee also getting low. Tank taking a lot of hits. Heavy losses for ByuN as the tank is thrown away. Okay, the tank, the Banshee. The Cyclone as well. ByuN losing everything, and we can just keep pushing back at her. What is it to defend? No bunker. There's no bunker. There's one tank behind the mineral line, or in the mineral line itself. Tank is in position. Zelsay rush in. Nice body blocking with the SCVs. Does block. Yeah, it does block. Massive tank shots going off. Ooh, the force field denies the surround. Denies the repair. Crazy force field. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. GG, a very messy game. that was very messy. ByuN going for the ByuN push, no stim, just 14 villain marines and 2 cyclones. He denies the base, but he did overextend. He overextended. He rallied his tank across the map. He lost everything in the process, and everything very quickly snowballed out of control. Very nice force field out to herO. We saw that ByuN had a full surround with the SCVs, but with that force field, he couldn't repair. Could not repair the tank, as the force field did actually zone that away. And with that, we're loading into game number 2. Another 4-player spawn map. Okay. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 2. Gonna be on Exarch. Beautiful. As we're going to be loading into the updated version, of course, loading into Exarch. If you've seen this map before, there's a 4-player small map, but a bunch of speed zones and slow zones have been added. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Exarch, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. We have the blue Terran himself representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go, let us go. And once again, welcome to another 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. As I mentioned previously, for whatever reason, for this TLMC, we had a lot of 4-player spawn maps submitted. We had, I want to say, was it 5 or 6? 5 or 6, which in the grand scheme of things was quite a lot. And 3 of them made it into the top 16. We had Exarch, Old Sun Temple, and Fear and Faith. So three maps did make it through into the top 16. This is one of them. So when it comes to this map, it does have some unique features. First thing is first, we have these aqueducts. We have these aqueducts here with speed zones as well, by the way, to quickly scout on every edge of the map. So here he does go straight towards top left. He doesn't find his opponent. Honestly, he could use the other aqueduct system to go bottom left, so it's going to be a bit of a... Oh, he's proxy. Oh, no. There's worker paths as well. But he is checking bottom left as well. He will eventually find ByuN, eventually. But again, there are these like little aqueduct systems with speed zones to quickly scout each corner of the map, bearing in mind that only workers can fit through these tubing systems. Only workers, no lings or marines or anything like that. It's only worker paths. So only for scouting and for expanding, because technically ByuN could send a worker bottom left and take this nexus or take this expansion location. True. So you can use it to expand as well. Oh, here comes the probe. Okay, here is moving in. Shout out to the speed zone. It does find ByuN. Fun fact, because herO came from the left-hand side, ByuN may just think that that's where herO spawned in. Because so ByuN hasn't scouted yet, but he knows where the probe came from. So ByuN doesn't know that herO, he went the entire world, like it's like circle here around the map to find him. ByuN does go actually for the cross scouts. Likewise, oh my god, there's so many logos. There's so many tunas. They're everywhere. Oh, the tunas. But we're surrounded by speed zones. Speed zones, slow zones as well. They can hinder or benefit certain rotations depending on the angle of rotation. Zealot does lay the expansion. Adept as well. Reaper's out of position. Rough moment here for ByuN. ByuN is out of position here. And he's heavily delayed. Heavily delayed. as a Hellion does pop, and with that ByuN expands. And ByuN secures his low ground, second adept has arrived. Here he wants that Hellion. Won't quite get it. Nice control here by ByuN, does surround, does repair. It repairs a Hellion, here he does threaten another dive. It was Reaper Hellion, no one is committed this time. Just 2 Hellions, 1 Reaper. Not as committed. Once again, we're threatening Shades. And now with a 3rd Adept here, we can try to fight this head on, but won't be able to. Yeah, the units, they do line up. Nice Hellion volleys, and here is forced out. He's forced back, he's forced out. ByuN does defend. Now, something that we didn't actually get to mention here is that we do have reverse bases. As you can see, we have the mineral line facing the ramp, which is often not the case. So we have this reverse expansion where the mineral line is exposed. There is enough space here where you can't like lay siege upon the natural from the low ground. You have to push up the ramp to be able to get within range with tanks, for example. So the natural is quite large. It's quite large. You also have these worker paths. You have these mineral patches and worker paths on the south and top side, so you can open up this area and take these expansions. We have the 3rd and 4th base. Basically, we have a 4 base setup in each corner of the map. There are some bases in the center which are very difficult to maintain, but there are bases here. Likewise, Hellions, they control the Zanaga Tower. And when it comes to these healing pad locations, they do benefit certain rotations here towards the, like, vertically and horizontally. So an army here to here can rotate using the healing pad, but going up to the top side, you have to go through a slow zone instead. Like, so depending on the angle, like healing pad, sorry, I said healing pad, speed zones, slow zones, they can hinder or they can help you. We have like a very intentional kind of pattern of them here. Before this used to be just open. Before this was just like open space, and our feedback was that it was just too open here, and it would just de-incentivize players from making use of the center and just sticking to the edges of the map when it comes to rotations. So Avix's solution to that was just throw down all the zones, which is a unique approach for sure. As previously it was just all open space. I guess with the tall grass as well. Whole can of tree, the whole can of tuna, baby, true. Oh, the ByuN. As tanks to do siege. Tanks to siege up. ByuN again is secure here on 2 bases. Behind this building up his own 3-1-1 setup into Sim, combat shields and +1. Standard follow up here by ByuN. At the same time, herO does claim his own 3rd. Claims his 3rd base into a bay into Gateway Army into Colossus. So again, so far the mid game is looking quite standard here, but we'll see how we get there. As herO is harassing. He moves in towards the main base. I'm a little bit concerned this is a little bit premature. Ideally, you do want this to be a distraction for another force. Drops into the main. I mean, nice damage. And catching out 2 SCVs for 1 Zealot. Attempts to drop in towards the natural. Here he's outside of the natural base, but ByuN is in position. ByuN so far looking solid. As he's looking to break out. Stim is now done. Combat shields as well. Ooh, late reaction. Yeah, late reaction out of herO. Sorry, out of herO losing 1 Stalker. Stalker goes down. I think these rocks were added as well, or I think there was. Oh, we just pulled the boys. I get 2 base solid. 2 base solid. These are vertical spawns, so shorter rush distance by ground. Here, ByuN commits in. Ooh, the tanks are exposed. No, this is 1 tank goes down. Massive loss early on. He can't throw away the tanks like this. Yeah, boys are being shut down as well. Heavy losses for ByuN. Down to 1 tank. He's trying to force his way up the ramp. Zell stay engaged. They collapse on the SCVs. Stalkers are within range of the tank as well. The tank does fall. 0 tanks left. Yeah, 0 tanks. Colossus, they should be able to hold on. Does cut back to the battery. Going for the dive. 2nd Colossus has arrived. Yeah, now 2 Colossus and the Prism as well for juggling. Yeah, juggles back. GG gets called, and herO, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. A rough all-in there for ByuN. Again, to commit to pull the boys for his tanks to be exposed and to lose the first tank so early on. Again, when you're going for this kind of all-in, the tanks, they're the backbone of your army. They are the core of your force. And to lose one tank that quickly, I mean, that does take away so much DPS potential from that army. And again, it was a bit of an awkward push up the ramp as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO will take a 2-0 lead. And now we're loading into game número 3. Let's go. We're loading into game 3 here, and the pressure is on. ByuN is up against the wall here, and we're hoping for a back and forth. We're hoping for a series. Fun fact, so far we've had nothing but aggression. Despite game 1 and game 2 being on very large maps, it's been non-stop aggression from both players, and we expect that trend to continue. Here in ByuN, they get down and dirty, baby. True. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Attorney's Edge, we have the, I mean, again, like, compare this series to the previous semis with Classic and ByuN going the distance, right? Like, we saw a lot of mid to late game, but here they're both animals. They're both animals, man. Yeah. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss for T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. He's down 0-2. He needs to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. Again, a rough start here for ByuN. We'll see if he can recover. Let's go. Let us go. As we're settling into game 3. But once again, it shows just the different kind of player that herO is, and also the different games that he forces as well. As again, ByuN versus Classic was very mid to late game. Very standard and a lot more later game heavy. Meanwhile, the herO series has just been non-stop aggression. It's both PvTs, but very different kind of series, very different kind of PvTs. Yep. As once again, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of ByuN. Show us what you got. Welcome to Attorney's Edge. This map has, again, a shorter rush distance by ground when it comes to third base. Aggression can be favored. I do heavily favor Protoss on this map when it comes to longer and later games because the gold expansion is a big factor here that does benefit players that do gain map control. So I don't really see ByuN playing for a longer game. I do think that he would have a much harder time doing so. We're expecting aggression. There's a point to the pylon placement circle where Marines drop down. Oh, I see. Interesting. Also the previous map. Was for the previous map. herO once again does open up early Zealots into early aggression to delay the CC. And meanwhile, once again, it's going to be reacted Reaper Hellion. So a heavy commitment to Reaper Hellion. We saw this in game 1, if you recall. We saw this on the old Sun Temple. SCV goes down, delay on the command center. herO's going to reinforce. He will not save the Zealots. And this Stalker might even just get caught out, by the way. Yeah, taking some hits, but once again, we have another reinforcing Stalker. ByuN does not give chase, stays on the high ground. Does stay on the high ground. Building up more Reaper Hellion. Nice repair on the Hellion as well. Oh. And herO forced a recall. Won't lose a Stalker. No, he loses one. Oh my god. Whew, barely loses one Stalker. Nice catch there out of ByuN. herO does race back home, and he throws down his batteries reactively here. Batteries are on the way. Do they finish up in time? Can ByuN get into one of these mineral lines? Again, the goal here is for economic damages. He's still making more Reapers and more Hellions. He is so committed here, building up into 6 Reapers. Jesus. Mark, is that you? It's like... Ubu thermal, baby. Yeah, behind this, going for a very fast second racks, going into a fast third racks, 2-base all in. 2-base all in. Basically, we are delaying the starport in favor of extra bioproduction, in favor of, I would imagine, an earlier stim timing. This typically does lead into an all-in, into pulling the boys. So, hyper-aggression here by ByuN. Jesus. Again, he's up to 6 Reapers, and 3 Hellions. Does commit. We'll lose one. Yeah, 1 Hellion goes down. It's going to get into the middle line. Does pick up one of the Stalkers. Hellions are being targeted. They're both quite low. They're both quite low, actually focusing on some of the Reapers instead. The armies a trade, and herO holds no shot. This was such a big investment and 0 economic damage. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, look at the trades here. There was 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions for Stalkers. I mean, yes, it was a bit of a trade, but ideally we wanted some economic damage instead. So here he maintains his mineral line. Staying on 2 bases, going for the earlier Temple Archives. Interesting choice. That's going to be early Storm before the 3rd expansion. So delayed 3rd base, earlier Storm. Interesting. I mean, that's a good read, to be honest. I mean, Storm's going to be ready for the all-in, specifically. Storm is going to be ready early on, and that's when we're going to need it. As Stim is finishing up. Combat Shield's on the way. ByuN building up his forces. Feeding another Reaper. Oof. Hellion as well. ByuN is beating out a lot of units here. The Reapers, the Hellions, 2 Marines. Remember, we're building up towards an early Stim timing, and to bleed out these units early on is brutal as we're blinking in. Shouldn't get the add-on. Yeah, should not snipe. Ooh, herO extends, losing 1 Stalker. Just the 1. Here it gets punished. Here comes the on siege. Yeah, here comes the mass on siege, here comes the push, here comes the 2-base all-in. The boys are being pulled, the observer will spot this. As we mentioned, this build was telegraphed from the beginning when we saw the initial 3-1 setup. Yeah, calls out supply, breaks out of the supply block, and ByuN is all in. He's all in. herO, he does have some high Templar already. He has 3 Templar, and Storm is almost done. It's being chronoed as we speak, and Storm will shut this down, but he needs time. It's time for Storm. Stalkers, they pick up 1 Marine. They try to slow this down. Storm is done in 5 seconds. Yeah, still 5 seconds away. This is still a very hefty army as well. Tanks, Marauders, Storms are coming in. He lands 1. He lands 1, lands 2. He wants those tanks. We have 1 more Storm. Oof. Does zone. That was it. That was the final Storm. Mainly zones away. Bunkers are being thrown down. And herO, can he break this? He's going for it. It does go for the dive. He will get 1 tank. Just the 1 though. A 2nd tank is going to go down, but there's just too much here. Too many Marauders. ByuN stims in. He overwhelms. ByuN's so close. He's so close. Oh my god. That was a crazy Storm. Yeah, bunkers are denied. Storm connects. We have 2 Archons morphing in. Archons, they tank some of the shots. You can see here that he's trying to drop on the army with those Archons. He's moving in. Army is heavily overstimmed, heavily stormed, and herO breaks through. herO, he shuts down the all-in. GG gets called, and herO, he will claim the series 3-0 to become this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Hi, GG, well played, congratulations. Again, hyper aggression, non-stop all-ins from both sides. To be fair, it was herO that was the aggressor in game 1. We had ByuN going all-in in game 2 and game 3. So non-stop aggression from both sides, and in the end, herO, remember, he went for early Storm. Storm did finish up earlier than normal. In a regular build, there would have been a faster 3rd base, but this game specifically, herO went for early Storm. So Storm was a big factor here. There were 4 Storms. Most of them did zone, but we did see some juicy connections towards the end there, softening up the army to allow for the Zealots and Archons to eventually clean up. Bearing in mind that after each Storm, Archons were morphing in. So with that, herO was able to hold on, able to defend, able to shut ByuN down. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. herO, he does claim the series, and shout out to ByuN, of course, for competing, for making it to the finals as well, because I don't want to take away from ByuN, because ByuN had a very impressive showing against Classic, right? ByuN did beat Classic earlier. I mentioned previously as well that Classic, he has arguably the best late game PvT out there, but ByuN took it to Classic in the late game. To be fair, Classic did have some shakier early to mid game, which led into a shakier late game in a lot of those games. That is true, where ByuN was able to cripple him early on and take a lead early on as well. But ByuN had a very impressive showing of a longer macro PvT in the semifinals, but it's here in the finals where we saw a lot more aggression. And I mentioned earlier here that this is what kind of separates herO from Classic, is herO is a lot more aggressive, a little more assertive. Classic is a little more standard, a little more mid-game oriented. So we did see a very different kind of PvT from semis to finals, which was cool to see. Here, but congratulations here to herO as he does claim the series. And again, shout out to ByuN for making it to the finals as well. Shout out to Trigger for making it to the semis, and also for claiming the random raffle win. True, Trigger, he did claim that random raffle win as well. So congratulations. So with that, we're going to be wrapping up. As a reminder, again, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we host the Tuna Cup. Again, this is the longest running open cup in StarCraft, longer running than the WardyTV Mondays or the Monday Night Weeklies or KSL or Pegasus Cups. Longest running open cup out there. We hold that honor. True. Before us, it was, Alima League or Leifan Cups or even the ESL Open Cups as well. True. They did have us beat there until they were discontinued, of course. So we're still standing. Of course. If you want to help with the Tuna Cup, if you want to help us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via the Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, and you can help us grow our tournaments and reach greater prize pools and greater stretch goals via Patreon as well. You can actually see the goal just under me on the cameras. You can see how much we currently earn via Patreon and our next stretch goal as well. You can actually see the graphic here. Un momento. Bam. There we go. Graphic on the left. Those are our 3 tournaments. We have the Sea Duckling Open, we have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we have the Masters 1 Open. We have a mascot for each tournament. It's something that we decide that's a little bit different for us. We got the Duckling, we got the Swan, and we got the Tuna. We actually used to have 2 other tournaments. We had the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, which was the turtle, and we had the Grand Platypus Open, which was my favorite, which was the platypus. We still have some emotes using some of those mascots as well. But those events for now on indefinite hiatus until some foreseeable future. For those who remember, the Grand Platypus Open, that used to be our Oceanic tournament. It was a region locked event for players from Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, so Vietnam, Japan, Taiwan as well. So that kind of region of the world. Back when it was a little bit more active, nowadays less so. So that's why the Platypus Open did go on a hiatus. Likewise, we had the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, which was at a more NA friendly time, but that was funded by a specific sponsor, and they're no longer sponsoring the event. That was at a more NA friendly time. But regardless, we have 3 tournaments. We have 3 tournaments here, all funded via the Patreon. The Duckling Open is a bronze to diamond tournament, so for amateur players. The Swan Open is the Masters Swan Open is for masters players, also for amateur players as well. And the Tuna Cup is the Open Cup, right? Open to the best players in the world, like herO, like Classic, like ByuN, and Trigger. And many others, of course, So again, all funded via the Patreon. So thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much. And if you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be live, of course, tomorrow with the rest of our schedule. Bam. As you can see on my left, tomorrow morning we should be live in around 11 hours time with Pegasus Cup. We're going to be live casting Pegasus Cup number 80. That's going to be in 11 hours. That's another open tournament where we see players like herO, Classic, and ByuN compete alongside many others. Meanwhile, tomorrow is going to be the round of 8 of GSL. For those who don't know, we do live cast GSL. GSL. We did so last week. We're doing so this week as well. We live cast GSL, but for those who are unaware, GSL is organized, run, and sponsored by Soup. Soup used to be Africa TV. They're a Korean streaming platform, so whenever we live cast GSL, it's not on Twitch, it's not on YouTube, it's on Soup. It's over on Soup instead. So our live coverage of GSL is only live casted over on the Soup platform, !Soup if you want to link to that, and the rebroadcasted VOD is over the weekend. That's why you can see we have 2 GSL casts on Wednesday and Thursday, that's the live cast, and then we have the VOD rebroadcast on Saturday and Sunday. That's the VOD on other platforms. We do have to wait 48 hours until we can showcase that VOD. So that is available to you there if you wish over the weekend. Otherwise, we also have StarCraft Evolution League. That's some StarCraft Evo content. We have the Pondcast. You can see there's the Duckling Open on Saturday, and we have the Tuna Cup on Sunday. So again, usually our Tuna Cups are on Sunday. The reason why that wasn't the case this week was because of RSL. But RSL, I think, is skipping a weekend, so we can take advantage. I think. No. But regardless, we are going to be going on we're going to be heading off, and we'll see you guys later on tomorrow here for Biggest Cup, and GSL. It's going to be a busy week, busy week here. Non-stop GSL, Open Cups, and amateur events, and even our podcast as well. True, non-stop. Isn't RSL this weekend? It is this weekend. It is. I guess we're running it anyway. I think usually we try to avoid it, but nah. We commit, Pappy. We commit. But regardless, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, Papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.